All right, check one, check two. If this doesn't work, I swear to God, I'm done. I'm so fucking done. So let's see. All right, check one, check two. All right, my voice sounds normal again. So there's that. So yeah, today is June 1st. It's the first day of summer, and I just want you all to know that I miss my analog life. I hate that everything's digital. I hate that everything's online. Everything's got freaking AI in it. I'm a Gen Xer. I like the real shit. I like analog shit. I grew up listening to cassette tapes and records. And this shit just isn't cool anymore. No buffering? Okay. I don't, just every time there's an update, everything shits the bed. And then I am too busy in my normal life. Like, I just don't think to come in here and check all this stuff until, like, it's too late. And then I have to restart 8 million times. Oh, sweet Jesus. Yeah, VHS for the win. 8 tracks. Hey, you know what's cool though? Speaking of that, the Deftones still release all their music on cassette tapes and records. You know what sucks about that though is I don't have a cassette tape player anymore. I don't even have a CD player. Like when I was still doing the Strange World with Mark Sargent, I mean I have CD players, but they're not like hooked up to where I can just put something in them, like I have to go get it out of the closet. Remember that person sent me and Mark like these music CDs, and both of us didn't. The guy's like, "Did you listen to that?" And we were like, "Well, I don't have a CD player." Like everything is just floating in the air now. It is the age of Aquarius, which is an air sign, not a water sign, as some people make the mistake of saying. Yes, what's up, sheepdog? Thanks for sticking with me, you guys. Hey, Love Bunny, Accidental Alchemist, Billingtano, Flat Frank, Low End BCC, Closet Steve, good to see you. Aisling 717, Accidental Alchemist, Dionysus, Tommy Tell the Truth. Turned 51 today. Well, happy birthday, Juan. Happy solar return. Excellent. That's cool. Happy birthday. My computer has a CD player. I have a cassette player and turntable and phonographs. Gregory, how did you hang on to all that stuff through the years? Or did you have to go like get new versions of it? Because I used to listen to tapes and like remember those little stereo systems we would get that had like the tape player and the CD player in it, you know, or like it was like an all-in-one where there was like a cassette tape player, a CD player, and a record player on it if you were really fancy. And now if you want to go get a record player, they're like $500 freaking dollars or something ridiculous. But I used to have those like combo. How much is a record player these days? Holy shit, like $1,000? Bluetooth record player? What? Now they're expensive. But okay, these are like $100. Those are not that bad. What is this Bluetooth? Bluetooth record player. $240, 216 with code 1 summer. This looks like seriously. Can you hook this up to better speakers though, or do you just get this one little puny speaker? Like, what is this? Is this for real? There's a disc player in it too, but no tape cassette player. Do you guys remember those all-in-one systems that we used to get? Hey, Tony. I meant mom. Buick has cassette Your Buick has a cassette and a CD player? That's crazy. I got a cassette player also. My mom's sister gave it to me. Oh, you are my favorite show of the week. Thanks for working through the tech. Oh, you're welcome, Low NBC. Thanks for sticking with me. I'm sorry that I just suck at technology anymore. I used to be really good at it. Remember when I produced Strange World with Mark Sargent and like it was always really good and now it's just always crap? Ever since that big update. Oh, so the Bluetooth speakers. You can get a cheap USB port phone for under 200, I think. Phono. 8 best record players for vinyl lovers. See how much these cost. $550 for this one. High fidelity vinyl turntable record player. It doesn't even look that fancy. It's just a regular little record player. $550. Holy crap. Requires external preamp to play. Oh, so you have to have the whole preamp like module. I didn't even know that was still a thing. So $500, $550, and you still need a preamp to play it. U-Turn Audio Orbit Basic Turntable, $249. Difficult to install belt. Marley Stir It Up Lux Bluetooth Turntable, $400. This doesn't even have a cover on it. Is there no cover on this? No dust cover. See, look at no dust cover. Why would you not have a dust cover on your record player? Especially for $400. You can't even put a dust cover on it. Automatic stereo turntable, $258 on sale. Built-in preamp. $650 for this one. Best for modern music. Project Audio Systems debut Carvin Evo. No built-in preamp. So this one $650 and you still need a preamp. Crazy. Audio Technica. $450. Has a preamp, but people say it sucks. Techniques turntable, $800. Damn! Portable turntable. What is this? Compact design can fit comfortably in your backpack with space for a speaker. That's kind of crazy. No speaker. Hi-Fi Bluetooth turntable, $899. Wow. Anyway, not that I ever play records, but Numac USB DJ turntable 170. Oh, Newmark. Hey, Luke PDET. Which celebrity do people tell you looks like you? I don't really get that so much anymore now that my hair is gray. But, I've gotten a couple remarks as far as that goes, but I don't think I really look like anybody famous. We buy Marley wired earbuds. They sound pretty good, but only last like 6 to 9 months. Chilling on the bus listening to my record player. Like, seriously. So like, is there people who walk around with like a backpack with a record player in it and records and like a speaker? That's so crazy. That's like that's almost like old school boombox days. Mary Elizabeth Master Antonio. What does she look like now? She's the one from what do you call it? Master and Toe from the Abyss, right? Oh yeah, because she's got curly hair. 'Cause she's got curly hair, but that's right. That's when her and Robin Hood, or what's that other chick who kind of looks like this? Who's an actress? She was in ER, the or Grey's Anatomy. I can't remember her name. Is this her in she was in what was she in that where she looked like this? Wasn't she in one of the gangster movies too? Like or one of the mob movies? Scarface. That's right. She was in Scarface. We'll get her with that fro and Scarface. Hot. That's hot. Tony, could you take it to could you make it to Noah's Ark replica in Cincinnati on Saturday, July 11th? We can videotape each other asking questions to astronauts all day long. Cruella, are you Italian? I do have Italian ancestry, yes, but mostly Portuguese. Hey, Liz the Iron Maiden. Perm. I don't think her hair's a perm though. I think she has naturally curly hair. They just styled it in a way that made it more afro-y. The sister in Scarface, yeah. Anyways, what's going on, you guys? There's a whole bunch of stuff going on. Did you hear that that we're looking to give Iran like $300 billion? We're gonna buy the uranium off them because instead of like I thought they were just gonna blow it up and take it out, but apparently that's not working. So now we're just going to give them $300 billion. I maintain my cassette players. I have 3,500 cassettes. I even have working reel-to-reel turntable. Wow, Scooter. 3,500. I used to have a lot of cassettes too. I might still have them somewhere unless I threw them out. And then but then, after cassettes, I did have a major CD collection. Most of the stuff I have is CDs in boxes somewhere though. Like I don't even pull CDs out and listen to CDs anymore. I think the same CD was in my car CD player for like a decade. And then I accidentally hit the eject button the other day and I was like, oh, there's my Bow Wow Wow CD. And I legitimately think I drove around with that CD in my CD player for probably close to a decade. Israel's attacking Lebanon again? Yeah. Go to Quartzsite, family vacation, and that's it this year. I would like to go to that thing, Dennis, but man, I just times are tough, man. Times are tough, and I just can't afford much travel right now. Especially because my car that I've owned, I bought my car brand new the day after Christmas in 2007, and I still have this car and the engine, like it still runs like a champ. Like I don't have any major problems with it, But here lately, a couple things have had to be fixed on it that are quite expensive. Like the starter turned out to be super expensive. I had no idea replacing a starter in a car was that expensive anymore. I remember that being a cheaper thing, but also the last time I had to deal with that was probably like 20 years ago in another car before I had this one. So, hey, Jana. The only CDs I own are from Columbia House 12 for a penny deals. Listen to podcasts more than you listen to music. Like I listen to music, but I just listen, you know, through Apple Music or because I don't even really listen to the radio so much anymore because there's just so many commercials and they just play the same stuff over and over and over again. So it's like, if I want to listen to something, I have to like seek out what it is I'm wanting to listen to and then I go listen to it, which I'm okay with that, I guess. But, um, you know, sometimes I miss the analog life. I miss being, young and like playing the fuck out of cassettes, like until the tape got stretched out and like it started to sound weird and then you had to go get a new one. Remember that? Remember that? Labor rates are retarded now. It's still cheap to fix things yourself, but shops are insane. Yeah. Did that with 8 tracks. Yeah. Oh, so anyway, totally miss analog life, not gonna lie, right? 2007, you drive a pig car. I love my little pig car. Love my pig car. Um, I yeah, it's just a Honda. It's nothing special. It's just a Honda Civic, but I've had it forever. I love that car. I've taken very good care of it. It still runs like a champ. It still gets great gas mileage. It's never left me stranded all this time except for when the starter finally died, and I'm pretty sure that's the first time I've had the starter changed in my car. I don't recall having any sort of major thing done to that car like ever. Ever. The other thing that I had to do was I had to replace the air conditioning condenser, right? The AC condenser because it stopped, it like died and like I couldn't get cold air anymore. So then I went and I had that replaced and it was working. Well, apparently at some point I was driving along the road out here in the country and a rock flew through my grill and put a giant hole in my brand new AC condenser. So now I have to buy that again, which is more than the starter. And I don't know if you guys, what kind of climate y'all live in, but driving around in the South without AC during the summer is a special kind of hell. Remember burning CDs? LimeWire was great. Yeah, I used to burn CDs all the time. Oh, you know what else I used to do? Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember the Warehouse music store? It was like kind of like a Tower Records, but it wasn't Tower Records. It was called the Warehouse. And it was where you would go buy tapes and CDs and whatnot. And then at one point, they had this system installed at the warehouse where you could go like pick songs and it would make a tape for you. So you could have a tape that had like your little group of songs on it. Like if you didn't want to buy the whole, tape or CD or whatever of somebody, you could go to this machine and you could pick songs and pay money and it would create a little tape cassette for you with the songs that you picked out on it, like a little mixtape from the warehouse that you didn't have to record off the radio. Or like, do you guys remember having the blank cassette tapes and then recording songs off of the radio through the boombox, and you're sitting there like waiting to hit the record button, waiting for the DJ to shut the fuck up and stop talking so that you can hit the record button? And they always pushed it right up to the end. So they're like, blah, 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 here on KW, whatever, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then like right after that, the person starts singing and you're like, motherfucker, shut up. I'm trying to make a mixtape. Shut up. Remember the warehouse, Gregory? Yes. Hey, Sue Finelli. The R18 is a pretty decent motor for reliability. What's R18? What is that? What does that go? Honda Pig. Yeah, it's a pig Honda. I love my pig Honda. And I'm like 8th gen Honda Civic. It kind of looks like a pig. To be honest with you, the front of it might be a little bit piggish looking. Had the wall and Sam Goods. Hello, J-Love. Welcome. Think Best Buy put a lot of these CD stores out of business? I don't even know. Can you even buy CDs anymore? I think I remember seeing CDs for sale at Best Buy. Actually, now that you say that. Because there was Blockbuster. Remember there was Blockbuster that did video and music. And then they went out of business. Tower Records kept going for a while. I actually worked for Tower Records up until they went bankrupt. Cafe and CD burning in a single location. Yeah, see? Hey, Boston Ray. Oh, okay, let me see if I can find my window. Don't hang up. Don't hang up. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen, it's Ron. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Oh, pretty good, thanks. Um, CDs. Uh, when I bought my Mac. I bought a little portable CD drive. So you can play CDs out of it and burn them and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might still sell those at Apple.
Yeah, I have
But it's
one.
awesome. It's just a little single one. You put one in and it plays through the speakers on the Mac or whatever you got attached to it.
Yeah, I have a CD reader and burner for my Mac, but I never use it. I put it in a drawer, and I never use it.
I know I don't use mine either. I think about it though. Like I put on Pandora. I got rid of Apple Music and save a penny or two, and I don't use it that much now that I'm working from home. I mean, you can just pull it up on YouTube, whatever you want to listen to. Just type in the artist name, and there's the video along with it.
Yeah.
So who pays for music anymore? I'm kind of like, unless you're at work or you drive a long ways and you listen to it often. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, sometimes
Well,
I'll pay for music, every now and then
y-
if I want to have the thing forever, I will.
yeah. And that's the old way, right? Where you buy the CD and sit down and listen to the whole thing
Yeah.
or an album,
Or
you
now you
know?
pay for the download, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
But
just not as
listen,
fun
I
as it
got,
used to be.
yeah, I don't think so either, but yeah, you make me want to pull out my little Apple Drive. I have tons of CDs that I bought back in the day. Anyway, I got four things for you.
Okay.
You were talking about Ray Comfort last week. What is it? There's an Ark and astronauts or something?
Yeah, there is a astronaut encounter at the Ark in Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay. That'd be interesting. Well, I was going to say this to you a long time ago. I'll say now that you brought up Ray Comfort, I take it as a sign. Um, but I watched years ago that flat Earth video with Ray Comfort, and there's astronauts on there, blah 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 blah. So you don't have to watch it. The very end of it, he's like, "The Earth may be flat, but just shut up about it because they think we're crazy enough as Christians." That was his final summation of it all.
Oh God.
And I think of you with the old world stuff a little bit about, they think we're crazy enough as flat earthers. Just shut up about melted buildings and cut down trees and stuff like that. But anyway, I just wanted to say that. But yeah, Ray Comfort, just shut up about it. They think we're crazy enough. And what was it? Ron Boston Bear said it to you so nicely. I think, well, I don't know if it was he was meaning it directly, but I agree with him. If anybody's honestly a truth broker looking for the truth and they have an honest, good intentions and they're not grifters, like you say, a lot of these people are just doing it for clicks. If they're honestly looking for the truth, you know, Godspeed, more power to them.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I just want to put that out there. Ray Comfort, yeah, um, I love his little simplistic gospel message to other Christians. To say you ever watched any of his videos?
No, actually, I have not.
I mean, well, just he does the same thing over and over. It's so repetitive, but it's good. Everybody. He does street activism. You know, usually on the piers in California. But he asks, first of all, do you think you're a good person? And most people say, yeah, I think I'm a good person. And then he goes on to say, Jesus said there's none good but God, and there's not a righteous man on the face of this planet. To let people know you're not a good person. Nobody is. God's standards are too high, and then he takes them through he takes them through like 4 of the 10 commandments. Like, how many lies have you told in your life? Have you ever lusted? Have you ever hated someone? Is murder in your heart according to the commandments? He takes them through the commandments, usually at the end they're like, oh shit, I'm not a good person. And that's so helpful, I think, to everybody, especially Christians, because the uppity ones, they get all judgmental and think they're better than other people, or
Oh yeah.
you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like, get over yourself. There's none good but God. We're all in need of mercy. I understand we're all liars and thieves, and you know what I mean. No matter the amount you steal or the white lies you tell. And so I just want to bring up Ray Comfort. And yeah, I'm sorry, I don't mean that as an insult, but just kind of a sure up about the old world stuff. I think a lot of people are looking at that honestly, just looking for the truth. They've been lied to about so much stuff.
I wish that I could say that people who were looking at that were looking for the truth, but they don't even question these people who are presenting that information to them. They're just gobble it
Yeah,
up. At least that's what it looks like to me. It looks like they just gobble it up and then they go like spread it around like, "Hey, did you guys hear about this?" Blah 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 blah, you know? It's just like
yeah,
it just like has infected the hive mind.
yeah. And I still appreciate you bringing us back down to earth. And like you told me about the Devil's Tower, and they've tested the soil, and it's not wood, petrified wood. You know, that is so great for the community. I'm not like trying to be insulting. I'm just trying to say that I think a lot of people are um, honestly just looking for the truth,
Yeah.
like, and they're good brokers. Like, they're
I
good
think
people.
that's probably true. I just think that also the other side of that is they don't know how to like research stuff on their own, is what it seems like. They don't
Yeah,
independently try to verify this stuff through other
yeah,
sources, you know?
yeah. And that's what we love INTJ for, because I have so many TJs and TPs, INTPs, my father, my sister, my niece, my nephew, and my family. And I've noticed a pattern with you guys, which I hate and appreciate at the same time. But like, I'll say something like, they're spraying our skies every day with chemtrails. And my sister says, well, not every day. Or I'll say, all of history is a lie. And my INTJ family members will say, well, not everything's a lie. You know, we mean that generally, not like specifically. But you stirred up my language to now say, almost everything is a lie. Nearly every day they're spraying us. You know what I mean? So that's a good thing you're doing, is what I'm saying. But even though it's irritating,
Yeah.
it's the INTJ contrarian and your attention to detail. And I notice you guys too are you live in everything's true or false, fact or fiction, which is your superpower, but then also a blind spot. Do you ever find yourself a little late to conspiracy truth because you're waiting for facts?
No, not yet.
Okay, not yet.
Not yet.
Okay,
Not
because
that I
I've
can
seen
not
that
that I
with a
can
few
think
of my.
of.
All right, well, I won't point any out. Like, I don't know of any with you, but I know many of my other INTJ friends and family members. Um, specifically my dad. But
I mean, if there's something that
anyway,
I don't know about, I'll say that I don't know for sure. I'll say
yeah.
my opinion, and then I'll just say, but obviously I don't know for sure because there's some things you
And
just
you'll say
can't know
I
for
could
sure.
be wrong.
I
You
could be
always say I could
wrong.
be wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're a true truth seeker.
Well, I
But
try to
yeah,
be. I try
mm,
to be.
I can see it in you. Anyway, I just I wanted to say that I haven't been able to say that to my family members or not about the fact or fiction, true or false, and fuck your feelings. They get in the way of what needs to be done. Well, I figure out another thing how to trigger an INTJ. Tell me if this is true. If you're like planning an event or a thing, and someone you're counting on someone to do a piece of the puzzle to get it done, if they um, don't come through, that really triggers an INTJ. Like, oh shit, I should have just done it myself.
Yeah.
Is that a truth? Yeah,
Yeah. That's
yeah.
that tracks.
Yeah, for me, an INFJ is when you dismiss my intuition. Oh, that triggers me so bad. Anyway, um, okay. Now I got three other things way off topic. I got that all off my chest, so thank you. Oh, have you ever heard of ferro fluid?
Yes. I have some.
Isn't that cool?
Yes. Yes, I
Yeah,
have
it
I
makes so
have
much
some. I
like
was playing with it for a while. I have it in a jar somewhere. But
oh no
yeah.
shit.
Mhm.
Is it toxic or anything? Like you can just play with it and buy it?
Is it what
Does it
now?
move around with magnets?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just like what you see on video where you put the magnet under it and it looks all spiky because it starts to follow
Yeah,
the flux lines of the magnetic field. It's pretty trippy.
yeah. Wow, I saw this the other day. I thought it was really cool. That'd be cool to show on camera. You know, I want to, have the plan today. I'd love to see it. And this is way off topic. I just want it's like a little rant I have. You know, I love watching instant karma videos, and I like watch a lot of police stuff. And I have a rant on handcuffs. Why are we still using them? The millions of dollars wasted on trying to get handcuffs on criminals.
Well, what are they supposed
It's
to
such a
do?
stupid.
I don't understand. What are they supposed to do instead of handcuffs?
Well, Japan wraps them up like a burrito
Like a
and
burrito?
like a blanket with Velcro. They roll them up. I'm like, that's so genius. Completely incapacitate criminals. But these handcuffs, they can't get them on. Then they're too loose. They're too tight. Just, just so much money and time wasted. But anyway, the Japanese have it down right. They wrap them up like like people do with cats. The cat burrito. They love it. And like babies, to swallow a baby.
Mhm.
They have these like mats. They put a criminal on them and they roll them up in it. I see you pulling it up. They're so cool. Anyway, handcuffs. I'm like, what kind of lobby the police and government have that we don't change this technology from using these metal handcuffs? It's such a waste of time. Anyway, it just irritates me. It's so stupid.
Hysterical.
Yeah.
So they put him in a bag or something.
Well, it's more of like what I see is more of like a blanket. It's more of like a mat. There's some tons of videos on YouTube
Hmm.
of them rolling up criminals. They can't fight. They can't. They can't really even spit at you. They can't. You know what I mean? It's so efficient. If you can find one, I think it's just funny to watch.
I
You
can't
should.
find any really good pictures of it though. It's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think you can. Try YouTube. I would watch a little video of them. They do it really quickly too. They're very efficient. Hmm.
Oh, here we go. Thanks,
You found
X.
one?
X has it. Yeah. They have a video of them rolling somebody up here.
Yeah, there you go. Just handcuffs are so stupid. They need zip ties. There's got to be a better way. There has to be a lobby. Somebody's making money off it. Why they never change it? to still fumble around with these handcuffs and keys and loosening and tightening them. It's just ridiculous to me. I watched so many of those videos. I think the over a year, the police man hours wasted fumbling around with handcuffs. Anyway, this video is the one
I
I'm
don't
talking
know.
about.
This doesn't really look any more efficient because it's like there's like four of them trying to get this dude rolled up in this wrapper. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
This
you kind
doesn't
of have to
really
cooperate.
it doesn't
Yeah.
really look any more efficient than handcuffs. And not only that, but then the guy can't walk, then they got to carry him around. Like if you put somebody
Yeah,
in handcuffs, at least they can walk.
true, but I would push back that some people are so mentally ill and flailing about and spitting and just out of control that it's almost like Temple Brandon when that she did that thing where cows when they're being executed can be wrapped up.
Yeah.
It's just calming, incapacitating. It's like anyway,
It's like a thunder coat for humans.
exactly like you get for a dog or a cat. Totally. But there's got to be a better way than handcuffs. That's all. I'll shut up about it. It's just
Hmm.
an annoying rant I have. uh, yeah, that's all I have on my list. Um, always great talking to you and hang in there. Uh, as an INTJ, INFJ, I know how life is hard is for both of our types in this world that doesn't see the world like we do. Every day is a struggle. So hang in there.
Yes. Well, thank you. Thanks for calling.
All right. Thanks. You have a great day, Karen.
Okay. Thanks. You too.
Good talking to you. Bye.
Bye. Fake and gay. Hey, Billingtano, member for 36 months. You the man. Thank you for your support and for being so cool. And I appreciate you guys totally. And Liz, you guys are the bomb. Kitty says hi. Crumb's here. Hello, Crumb. If you guys aren't following Crumb, you should go subscribe to Crumb's channel because he does very entertaining live streams once in a while. They're creative. I like your flashback live streams. With my little bit of nostalgia that I've got going on here today. Like I really like your 90s, 80s and 90s live streams. They're fun. They're fun. Let me see if I can get my camera to stop wandering. Stop it. All right. Hello, God supremacist. Okay, so let's see what else is going on here today. What kind of fuckery is going on in the world today? It's crazy. These people with their like, people want to hate on Muslims, dude. I think there's bad people in every religion. Like, there's Christians who do these things, like beat their wives and marry their cousins and are polygamists. Like these are not just uh and it's not just Muslim. It's not Muslim. It goes deeper than. I don't want to get into all that shit right now. All I know is I've had friends who were Muslim and I liked them. They were very nice. And Muslims, when they talk about Jesus, they say Jesus, peace be upon him. They don't go Jesus is boiling in a vat of his own excrement in hell forever. Just saying. Just saying. Jesus, peace be upon him. Jesus boiling in a vat of excrement forever and ever in hell. Amen. Which one's better? Says to not follow Crumb. Thanks. Every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Back in the time stream. Back in time stream. Yeah, it is fun. It's totally fun. I was like, I saw you playing your video game, and I'm like, bro, a Commodore 64? How did you get the Commodore 64 to work with the live streaming? Yeah, hating Muslims is, it's, I'd rather have Muslim neighbors than juicy neighbors. That's all I got to say about that. So let's see, 300 billion to Iran. I'm just curious if they're still doing this. This is what I saw come up recently. International Reconstruction Investment Fund for Iran, not a direct US payout. Iran to his people. We fought like hell with the US. We didn't give in for 300 billion. We want 1.3 trillion for mighty Iranian. Donald Trump beg us to accept the deal. What? Breaking U.S. oil prices surge over 8% to $94 a barrel as Iran ends all negotiations with the U.S. Okay, so they're not. The war has cost 70 billion. Iran wants 300 billion. The strait is closed. Iran has Trump in a corner of his own making. That and a Trump sent back to Iran deal text with changes. Okay. I'm just curious what the update is on this. The U.S. carried out what it said was self-defense strikes in Iran over the weekend, right? As President Donald Trump sent back changes to a proposal deal to extend the existing ceasefire in the region and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. I thought he was just going to force him to keep it open, or else a whole civilization was going to die. Remember that? Remember him saying that a whole civilization was going to die? I wonder if that is still up. Let's see. This is back in March 31st. Ran back Houthi terrorists. Huh. Doesn't want to show me recent posts about him talking about Iran. Weird. Everything's and nothing's in chronological order. Oh, maybe he didn't post it here. He might have posted it on his Truth Social bullshit platform. Burrito. Not bad religions, but there are bad people. I don't know. Uh, I want a burrito. Hey, Toronto Suke Ito. Has everyone heard about the bricks and minifigs scandal? There's a bunch of Mormons and allegedly stole like 200K worth of Star Wars Legos from an old guy trying to sell them on consignment. No? What is that? Know the 10 interesting facts that prove the earth is round? Oh, sweet Jesus. Sweet Jesus, Tommy. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Karen B, it's Tony Coriolis.
What's up, Tony?
Not much. Okay, a couple things. Off the bat, that Lego thing that someone brought up in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw some video, and it looks like it's got the fluffed up numbers of a couple million views and everything. And then the channel was Reckless Ben. Wasn't that a guy you had some problem with or something?
Oh, Reckless Ben. No, I did not have a problem with Reckless Ben. Reckless Ben was the guy who made the video series with Nathan, where him and his friend fooled Nathan to come out to Southern California,
okay.
and then they made him wear a duck suit.
That was a duck suit guy. Okay, I got you then.
Yeah.
I thought I heard of him from you, but maybe I did. It's just you talking about that or something.
Yeah, you might have heard. I have talked about him, but I don't think I was. I've never had any interactions with him personally.
No, all good. I'm nowadays, if I see a channel name where I'm like, I think something's up with that guy, I won't even click on it. And of course, fluffed up views, a couple million views, and Asmongold's breaking. I'm not even gonna watch. I don't want to know anything about that Lego story. Seems fluffed up to me.
Donate to Brian's GoFundMe. Help Brian recover his Lego collection. He says, it says I got arrested because of Legos.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. So that type of video is not one Tony Coriolis would watch. I'll tell everyone here.
Okay. Well, what is the whole thing going on behind that? Like, what is it? What, I don't understand. I never even heard of this whole Lego thing.
I don't know. At best, I'll watch the Asmongold clip on it until, I won't watch the whole video, but I'll at least get the gist. And then, okay, now I get it. I'm out. I don't know. Everyone hypes up stupid stuff nowadays.
Oh, okay.
I got no clue. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But okay, so for the last caller, Ron said a little bit. He's like, and he's kind of said other times I kind of like the old world stuff. I kind of wish you'd reconsider stuff, but you do have foundationally an okay stance by all means. And finally, I'll bring up the one I saw the fittest flat earther was breaking down a video in Arizona, literally the mountain that I look out my lifelong bedroom window at is Camelback Mountain, okay?
Uh-huh.
And he's like, oh, I found it. There's this Nephilim kill pile in Arizona, and look at this. He's literally just pulling up on a map what something looks like. But then he's literally saying, he's like, this is petrified and blah, blah, blah. You've at least talked out how stuff isn't, you can't just say petrified. It has to actually be petrified. Exactly. So it's just kind of simpleton stuff. So I think, yeah, no need to change anything in my books. I'm glad that you, at least saying what you have said, I know it well enough to know that he's talking nonsense. And then when I tried to even find him on Tony Coriolis, he had Tony Coriolis blocked. I mean, that's strange. He would have blocked me from calling into your show or Jaren's show. I find that really weird. I've had no interactions with the guy, but Tony Coriolis is already blocked on his Instagram.
I had no idea.
That's weird.
That is weird. I wonder if I'm blocked. I don't even interact with that guy. I never followed him or anything. So.
Yeah, me neither. I've had a couple people from our local group say, I just remember them saying oh, I watch his stuff, blah, blah, blah. But short of that, I don't know anyone that, is all into him. I think a lot of the numbers are fluffed up. And yeah, a guy like that, they'd fluff up his numbers, I'd say. And then changing the subject off of that, I said not too long ago that I'm all into the quarters lately, and I've just been looking at quarters, trying to find silver quarters and stuff. I've noticed that a lot of the state quarters have horses on them, but not as many have birds on them. There are a lot of birds on the state quarters. So I found one recently, and it's a 2012 L Yunque, Yunque, and it's a Puerto Rico quarter. It's the only rainforest in North America. I just found it interesting. So they made a quarter for that, and there's a bird on it, and it's kind of I forgot what it was in line with on the map. If you wanted to pull it up, I just think it was like the longitude line was like in line with something on the U.S. If you could pull that up, because I kind of
For
half-assed looked at it. I was out of town this weekend.
you mean in what was it in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, it's in Puerto Rico, and then you should type in EL like, and then YUNQUE L Yunk.
El Yunk. Y U
Yeah,
N Q.
ELYUNQUE.
Okay, El Yunk National Forest in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, is that like longitude wise? Is that connected to anything in the U.S. like in the same line?
Well, let's see. Will this give us the uh longitude number? So that would be minus 65. Let's see. Mm, I don't know. I think it
Nothing
uh
really.
it's like if you go up the straight here, I'll put it over here. I'll put it on the big screen here. So if you zoom out, so here's Puerto Rico way over here and let's see. Yunk. Let's bring it up. There we go. Okay, so here's a national forest. And if you go straight north, I don't even know that it reaches the US. I think it lines up with like Nova Scotia. I think even Maine is outside of that. Yeah, cuz like
Oh, okay.
the furthest east, well, no, negative 66 and then what's over here? Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't line up with anything in the United States and North America. It runs into Nova Scotia.
Interesting. Okay, cool. I kind of looked at it as I was drinking, and I thought, oh, let me, I could imagine this and this and this. But I'm glad that you double checked me right there, and thank you for checking that.
No problem.
Gotcha, Karen. And then just lastly, Dennis asked me if I'm going to the ARC thing. Because I am a traveler. I like going to this stuff, but I figure it's about time for me to figure out my life kind of next thing, what's coming. And loosely, I have a plan, and this is just a very loose plan. But so my dad's born in 63, and so is my mom, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then I found, so my grandma was born in 36. So, my grandma was born in 36. She had my dad in 63. I'm born in 92. I want to definitely have a kid by 2029. So I'm going to put that as an actual goal in my life and see if, that doesn't happen.
That would be awesome.
Totally. And due to me actually kind of committing to it, not as many as the just, oh, I'm down to, I don't know, blow a weekend going on a trip. It's been fun and everything, but I need to, I don't know, kind of seriously bunker down and get to it,
So you're saying it's time to settle down.
Yeah, and even I think I'm going to throw another second job in and just kind of bite the bullet and just go for getting a good old situation going, Kind of, it's almost kind of in line with the Stavely in it, just really figuring out your own stuff. I don't regard that as tuck and tail or anything. I totally makes sense to me. Everyone really should consider how their life is going, and I don't know, everyone just best life to you, so.
Absolutely.
And I can't really be doing the frivolous trips as much as I was, but it's been fun, and I'm not really genuinely opposed to it, but for now I'm just going to kick it a little bit more seriously.
So you're just trying to be a little bit more conservative in your spending and maybe start, preparing for that. That's good.
Exactly.
That's actually a really good thing to do. That's what most people, that's what I think people should be doing. If you want something in your life, you should start setting yourself up to be ready to receive that thing that it is that you want. Right?
Yeah.
So
completely.
you doing that is is fantastic. Fantastic.
Yes. And best tier to me, since I'm a second child, if I can have my second kid by 2029, that'd be, oh, everything in life is good. So at least
Yeah.
loose plans, kind of starting it now. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm committed to it.
Oh, right on. 1111, Tony.
Ah, glorious. All right, Karen B, thank you for talking to me, and thank you for this show and everything. Thanks, Karen.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, peace out. Talk soon.
Later. That's fantastic what Tony's doing. He's taking it serious. He's like, well, because it's exactly how it should be. If you want something in your life, you need to set yourself up to be ready to receive that thing that it is in life that you want. Because you can't get what you want till you know what you want. I love Joe Jackson, by the way. I've been listening to a lot of Joe Jackson. And he's actually very underrated. Hey, old Ben. Good to see you. Sounds like Tony's on a mission. Yeah, right? Start asking for applications. For what? Oh, for... Maybe Tony could meet a girl in Kentucky. Hey, Underground. Make twins. Apogee or perigee? Well, the moon is in the full moons are happening in the southern hemisphere now. So I think it's, 252,000 miles is the distance in the app. So that's pretty far. That's about as far as the moon can get. I forget which one is close and which one is far. Night and day, yeah. Yes, I have that pulled up. We can look at that, Tommy. Where did I put it? This one. I can see already they've got the sticks and shadows BS right there. That definitely doesn't prove that Earth is round. I have a used American husband that I can check in with. Manifested American husband. Put out the manifestation for me here after Flattoberfest. Makes me wonder about the matchmaking thing. If there's something that we could do to try to get that going along. I still think about doing that, but the website thing completely failed because I don't have time to learn how to make the website work, and I don't have money to have somebody build me a robust website like that is matchmaking, so that kind of failed. I tried to do it, but it just wasn't happening. But maybe we could just do it with live streams. But they would have to be like evening time live streams. But I would still like to do something like that because it's, our people need to find each other, and they should all be, building families and having babies, and the continuation of life is important. Yeah, but I also hate AI. Like I can't bring myself to use AI. Like I'd rather just not do it. Wait a couple of years and AI can build you a website. Yeah, but fuck AI, you guys. Fuck AI. Like seriously, did you miss the beginning when I said I miss my analog life? Like the last thing I want to do is spend a bunch of my time paying AI companies to do anything. I'd rather pay a human. Oh, by the way, did you see that a bunch of companies are abandoning, they're telling Microsoft is telling 100,000 of their engineers to stop using AI because it's too expensive? AI scam is collapsing and they're panicking.
Microsoft just banned its own.
So check this out. Speaking of AI.
Ricardo breaks it down for us. Microsoft just banned. Get this. Microsoft just banned its own engineers from using AI.
Oh.
The tool was literally costing more than the humans it was supposed to replace.
Whoa.
They lied to you about AI adoption, and now the whole narrative is blowing up. Microsoft gave thousands of engineers access to Claude Code 6 months ago and encouraged them to use it. Engineers loved it, and adoption exploded, but then the invoices arrived. That goes back to that 500 million I was telling you about. Token-based pricing means every query, every code review, every debugging session costs money. At scale, across 100,000 engineers, the numbers became so large that Microsoft issued an internal order to cancel nearly all Claude Code licenses by the end of June and force everyone onto their own cheaper tool instead. The company that invested $5 billion in Anthropic just told its own people to stop using Anthropic's product because it costs too much. Uber's story, even worse. Their CTO, Praveen Naga, told the information that the budget he planned for the full year was blown away already by April. Uber had rolled out Claude Code in December of 25. By March, 84% of their 5,000 engineers were using it, with 70% of all committed code coming from AI systems. Heavy users were burning $500 to $2,000 per month each. Naga himself spent $1,200 in a single 2-hour demo session. The company had even built internal leaderboards ranking engineers by how much AI they use. They literally gamified the spending and then ran out of money. Now look at what NVIDIA's own VP of Applied Deep Learning, Brian Catanzaro, said to Axios last month. Direct quote: "For my team, the cost of compute is far beyond the costs of the employees." This is a VP at the company that sells the chips saying that using AI is more expensive than paying humans. Think about what this means for the entire AI narrative.
Here's an analogy. Here's a good analogy, Jimmy.
Okay.
The tech companies are forbidding their employees from using AI. Here's a good analogy. When Pfizer exempted their employees from vaccine mandates, the scales are always for us. The marks out here. We're the ones that get scammed. Internally, it's always too expensive for them. Or in fact, they don't want everybody to get, blood clots and myocarditis. Maybe that's what's going on at Microsoft.
A great analogy. Ricardo goes on. He says every CEO on every earnings call for the past 2 years has said the same thing. AI will make us more efficient, reduce headcount, and cut costs.
Oh, sure it will.
The stock market rewarded every company that said it. Fired workers, stocks goes up. Announced AI adoption, stocks goes up. But the actual companies deploying AI at scale are discovering the math doesn't work. The more employees use AI, the higher the bill. Goldman Sachs forecasts a 24 times increase in token consumption by 2030 as companies adopt AI agents.
24x increase by 2030. So it's already too much, and they expect it to go up even more.
Gartner just published a report showing that even though individual token prices will drop 90% by 2030, total enterprise AI costs will go up because agents consume exponentially more tokens per task than basic tools. Meta built an internal dashboard called Claudenomics to track which employees use the most AI. Amazon started pushing engineers to token max, their internal term for consuming as many AI tokens as possible. Both companies are spending hundreds of billions on AI infrastructure this year alone. And Microsoft, the company that bet its entire future on AI, just told 100,000 engineers to stop using the tool they liked best because the per token bills got out of control. The companies building AI are telling investors it saves money. The companies using AI are finding out it costs more than the humans it was supposed to replace. And even the company that makes the chips just admitted it through its own VP. This is the gap nobody on Wall Street is pricing in. $725 billion in AI infrastructure spending this year across big tech. And the first companies to actually deploy these tools at scale are already pulling back because the economics just don't work. Here's what Polymarket says. There's a 22% chance that the AI bubble is going to burst.
I hope so.
By December 31st. Whoa. Whoa, what do you say to that, Garland Nixon?
Well, it seems to me that everything they tell us, the ruling elite and the political class tell us, we get the opposite. Remember when neoliberalism was going to bring us more peace and democracy?
Yeah.
If we just cut taxes for the rich and got rid of all of the regulations, we get more peace and democracy. We always get the opposite, so we can expect that. And I would disagree with the person that said Microsoft bet their future. No, they didn't. They don't care, because if they lose every stinking dime they have, we will bail them out. These companies never bet their future. If they go in debt, the U.S. the government will say they're too big to fail and give them another $500 billion.
Exactly.
Boy, what evidence do you have that the United States would bail out billion-dollar corporations?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm sure AI could do something, but I cannot participate in that. I cannot bring myself to use it. I just refuse. Hey, Artez, good to see you. Unplug it, yeah. Who, Jimmy Dore? Yeah. More expensive and less reliable than people, exactly. I'm so pissed at AI autocall in Colorado is still doing. It's beyond frustrating. I get several calls a day about benefits I might not be getting through the government. Oh, God. AI is taunting you regarding benefits that you are not receiving. Hey, boy. If someone else had to buy it, it's still not free. Do you know that any Medicaid you use past 55 is just deferred billing until you die? Then they take any assets, house, etc., even if you have a spouse or children in it? Oh my God, Cammie. Our country is so screwed up. It's not even funny. Greatest country in the world, my arse. Wow. Underground on that Zcash trip still. Still have 5,000 data centers ruining people's lives. Yeah. Sadly, that is the purging of generational wealth. Yes. There's ways around it though, because rich people get to keep their wealth. You know what I'm saying, you guys? They just don't tell us about all the special little loopholes and laws that they put in place for themselves. And then they just, it's all legal. You just have to understand. You have to take the time to figure it out. That's the thing. They tell you to do something else, but then they do something else for themselves. AI good for automated trading and betting for crypto stuff. Yeah, a lot of people in the crypto space use AI. I just am not. This can miss me with that. I don't know. Maybe I'm too old. Maybe I have finally gotten too old to give a crap or care about all the latest and greatest like tech stuff. It's too much. It's just too much. Like things are changing too rapidly and not in a good way. Sometimes rapid change is not a good thing. Things can happen too fast, and then bad things happen, unintended consequences of such rapid change, and suddenly everything sucks. Kind of like what's going on in the country right now. You have to set up a trust. Yeah. Yes, accidental alchemist, you have to set up a trust. An irrevocable ecclesiastical trust, preferably. YouTube cramming data center ads down my throat. And then like after I saw this whole thing about that thing about AI being so expensive that companies are starting to tell their employees to not use AI after everybody was going full in on AI and like telling them to use it. Actually, I should ask my mom about this too, because AT&T was having their employees use AI too. I wonder if they backed off of that. I'll have to find out, but yeah. So anyway, after I saw this, then there was an ad on X for a cheaper version of AI. So now it's like, oh, but we're cheap. And I know that the big tech solution to this problem is going to be like, well, we need more AI data centers then, because the more data centers we have, the cheaper the compute will be. Let's just flood the market. We'll just make it so there's so much compute, it becomes so cheap. But then it's like, even that is not cheap, because at what cost? At the cost of the environment, at the cost of people in communities, quality of life going down, property values going down, pollution, water pollution, noise pollution. I mean, the list goes on. And this is like basically from the same sort of people who are telling us, oh, the climate, humans are making the climate suck. You guys have to stop emitting so much carbon. Like, what do you think is going on with all of this AI data center crap? It has to have power. It uses up resources, and it's not even very good. It's unreliable. It lies. It gets things wrong all the time. And then when you catch it telling you wrong information, it goes, oh, I'm sorry about that. You're right. So it's like, do you at some level, does the thing, is there, I mean, obviously it's not a brain, it's not a human, but does it know that it's giving you, like, is it purposefully giving you wrong information to mislead you? And like the only way you can catch it is if you actually have some knowledge of the thing that it is that you're querying about. Like it's just such a clusterfuck. In some supermarkets, you only get discounts if you pay with the phone, so they're pushing paying with phones. Yeah. Because they want you to have that leash on you. Rich people have accountants that know better. Exactly. Can you speak more on trust, please? Had a crack on my phone, but took it off after I had a Revelation 13:15. I need to get off X too. Had a crack? What do you mean? Effed up world. Always a backdoor because the assholes who want to make all these crappy policies can avoid their own crappy policies. Yes, exactly. They just don't tell you the tricks, the tools and tricks. And not only that, but the whole tax honesty thing, that most Americans are actually not responsible for paying income tax on the wages that they earn here, because you're a US person making US based income, which is actually by law you're not required to pay taxes. Let me just tell you guys this. If you guys want to start looking into this, because I feel like this is actually something that I was looking into before Flat Earth, and then I got totally distracted with Flat Earth, and now I'm going back to it because I've already walked through that whole process of Flat Earth and all the stuff that goes with it, and so now I'm just like, whatever. But not that I don't think it's flat anymore, obviously, but it's not my main focus right now, because there's more important shit, like freeing ourselves from this bullshit system, like learning the truth about how this place is supposed to work, what the rules really are. If you guys, what you should really take the time to do is go on YouTube and watch Dave Champion, PhD, go to his website, drreality.news, and order his book. I'm currently reading it right now. It's a very informative read. But this is something that that I think it's crucial, because how is this empire funding all of the bombing of children and the regime changes and the mass murders and the genocides with Americans who pay taxes on their income that they actually don't need to pay, that you actually are not legally required to pay? So, this is something that we really need to do. We need to stop funding the military industrial complex, stop funding the war machine, stop giving them all your hard-earned dollars that you don't need to be giving them. It's like every once in a while something will come out where a politician admits that the tax system is voluntary. It's more than that. It's more than that. It's voluntary. It's illegal. It's literally a subordination of a felony to sign a paper that says, yes, I am a foreign person or a alien earning U.S. income, right? Because that's what those withholding forms are for. They are for people who are not United States citizens. So, like, if you're a U.S. citizen, you shouldn't be signing those withholding forms, and you shouldn't be, your employer should absolutely not be taking money out of your paycheck every week to give to the government. Like, they're robbing you. The government's been robbing all of us forever, right? So I actually think that is even more important right now. That is one of the most important messages that we could probably, or one of the most important things that we could be looking into right now. The fact that everybody's getting fleeced by the government illegally. I get weird looks from cashiers when I use cash, like, where's your phone or card to pay? Yeah. It's hard to get cash now. Have you seen how much ATM fees are? Like, if you want to go to the ATM and pull money out, it's like fucking $6 to pull your own money out of the bank. What? In small villages and bakeries, you can only pay with cash. There are some businesses that are cash only. Hey, Scrotal Xerox. The world decidedly seems more effed up in the US and Europe than in the East. Yeah. China looks like they're doing good. They have like updated infrastructure, you know? They have cheap electric cars, which I don't really agree with electric cars, but like a Chinese electric car is like a fraction of the cost of electric cars over here, you know? And also like their phones are cheaper. Like, do you know that like in China they've had waterproof phones for like a long time now? Like they've had phones that don't even need a special case or anything that are waterproof for a long time. So I don't know what's up with that. Like we're way behind the times here. We were all programmed to think that America was the greatest. We're the leading edge in technology. We're the first of everything. We're the best in just like every aspect of everything. And it's just not true. It's just not true. A cell phone is used, the customer gets special online only bargains. Yeah. Everybody's got an app. Shit, we need more data centers and a ballroom. Yeah. There's an app for everything. I mean, somebody was telling me like about some app where if you take pictures of your receipt, you get money. And it's obviously just a phone app where you're taking pictures and you're basically your spending habits, everything that you want to buy is getting uploaded into some database. And they're like, here's some free cash. We're paying you. At least at guess they're giving you something for your data. But yeah, I hate it. I hate it. I would love to go back to like living in 1992. China's electric cars charge in 5 minutes. Samsung commercials for the Galaxy with Lil Wayne pouring champagne on his phone. I do not remember that, but yeah. Out here there's gas stations. They give you you get basically it's like 10 cents. If you pay with your card, you get charged an extra 10 cents a gallon. And it used to be like if you used your ATM card, like if you use your card and you have to put in your PIN number, like that's basically as good as cash, right? The money's there, it's coming directly out of your account. It's not a credit card. There should be no credit card fee, but they still charge you an extra 10 cents a gallon if you use your card to purchase the gas. Not all the gas stations do that, by the way. I've found some gas stations in my area where you can use your ATM card to purchase gas and it doesn't charge you the credit card price. So I've started going to those places exclusively. Yeah. What about pole dancers? It's not fair to put out the weed man because you don't have cash. Huh? Ate a lot of corn dogs. 92 is an amazing year for me. And 92, it was like when I started high school. Cheers, love bunny. What else do I have bookmarked here? Oh, let's look at. Do you want to look at the 10 points that prove that Earth is round? You guys want to go over this? 275 an hour in 1992. I thought, how are you making 275 in 1992? Minimum wage at that time was 425. 88 was a good year. Sure. The 80s were awesome. Has Eero ever publicly made any statements about Jaren's new stance? I don't know because he does all of his content in Spanish and I don't watch it because I don't speak fluent Spanish. I don't know. But I know that Eero is still a flat earther because he understands, that. See, the whole thing with Jaren is like he's assuming that what we're told about the sun is true. He's assuming that what mainstream knows what the sun is and the lights in the sky and how they work. That's why he went. That's basically what he's going back to the globe for, was over the sun. The sky, the lights in the sky. It wasn't the lack of curvature, wasn't seeing too far, like way too far for it to be a ball that the size and shape that they say it is. Like absolutely impossible, right? It wasn't that there is no motion, like all of these other things that we've discussed over the year. He just threw all that away, all the stuff that is actually falsifiable, the stuff that can be proven, like the stuff that we can observe here on Earth, and he threw it away because the sun went around his head in Antarctica. I mean, it's just, bye. $5 an hour at 1992. What is Jaren's stance now? Oh, well, check this out. Jaren just did an interview with somebody. Let me see if I can find it. There's just a clip of it because the guy, like the complete one is in his Patreon or whatever. Okay, so this one, Matt Presti. F.E. around and find out. As long as you are in the cult, you're safe. Change your mind or adopt a difference of opinion and they crucify you. This is Jarenism's story of just that, but it isn't stopping him from continuing onward. What a conversation. Enjoy. So this guy's interviewing Jaren about not being a flat earther anymore. Why is that spinning? I want to play the clip. Okay, so here. So he talks about how much money he was making.
$4,000 a month just in my YouTube channel, and then I had a VIP.
So here. This is what Jaren's been up to.
$4,000 a month just in my YouTube channel, and then I had a VIP group and kind of super chats and things like that. As of December of 24, and by February, it was like 300. So
wow.
You just all the VIPs left, and then
he lost all his a majority of his income off Flat Earth when he left Flat Earth. Like, why are you shocked, bro? What did you think when you built your whole channel on being a flat earther? And then when you stop being a flat earther or you start denouncing it, like, what did you expect? I feel like this is what an egotistical, fucking narcissistic maniac Jaren is. He just assumed that everybody who was subscribed to his channel was going to flip-flop right along with him and just fall in line and do whatever he said because Jaren fucking said so. Like, what do you expect?
And, there was no more videos getting any views. And so the ad revenue was gone. Super chats weren't coming in. So, I mean, it is what it is. But, it's still to be expected, I guess, now. But the scary thing about it is, to me, is I now see why nobody would do what I did. So that sucks. It does give me a different outlook. When I see somebody pushing something, now I realize that they have to keep pushing it. Mm-hmm. So, for instance, a Candace Owens saying that, what's her name is responsible for Charlie's death or whatever.
Yeah.
She at this point has taken her whole audience down that road for 8 months. She can never come out and be like, you know what? I was wrong. It was actually the shooter on the roof. And she can't do that. It's impossible. So you better hope that she's right, because that's going to be her position forever. She can never.
And then he's comparing like apples and oranges.
Take a position other than the one that she has, which Charlie was murdered by Israel or whatever it might be that she believes.
So there you go. Jaren going and doing interviews telling everybody about how Flat Earth is a cult. Now, here's the thing. I don't entirely disagree with that premise, because a lot of flat earthers do act culty. And if you don't spew whatever their belief is, well, then you're a shill, or whatever. You're compromised. You're this, you're that. Anything but a human who has their own brain and your own opinion, and therefore formed your own opinion on stuff that you looked at off the evidence that you looked at. No, that just doesn't work. All of us, the masses, we think We think, like, let's bring a thing that brought up earlier today. We think Devil's Tower is a tree. Devil's Tower is a tree stump. And if you don't think Devil's Tower is a tree stump, well, you're a shill. Oh, what do you believe? I bet you think that we went to the moon now. Like, that's the type of bullshit that people will say to me. You know, when I don't go along with your mountains or tree stumps or whatever fucking nonsense thing that people think. Oh, Tartaria. Everything's Tartarian. There's free energy in the ether, and and everybody was using free energy, and then they hid that tech from us, and blah 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 blah. Right? Like, if you don't believe that, well, then you just must be a shill. You're not really looking for truth. So sometimes people do get culty, like they get attached to this idea, and they have convinced themselves that is what it is. And then if you don't agree with it, they just drop you like a ton of bricks, so I don't disagree with him there. However, for me, the earth being flat is already been proven. That's been proven for me to my satisfactory from all the things that I did. I traveled around. I went to the other side of the world. I froze my ass off on Lake Balaton. I just did a whole bunch of things over the course of a decade to, sort of investigate that. And so for me, that's why I hold on to that idea, because I felt like I did the work. I didn't just watch a YouTube video. I didn't just talk to somebody. I didn't just look at a series of pictures. Like, I did really hardcore, deep diving work and investigation for a decade. And so for me, that sort of sits on a shelf as like, tick, check that box, right? Now, do I know what the sky is? Do I know how the sun works? Do I know why the sun goes around your head in the Arctic and also in the Antarctic? No, but I know that there's explanations that could be put in place for that don't involve the Earth being a soggy ball in space and the sun being, 800,000 miles wide or whatever they think it is, or it doesn't involve having to believe in the heliocentric lie. Devil's Tower looks more like a fungus than a tree. Yeah. Weak. The Superman logo. Never go full Jaren. Jaren could not accept that his idea of how it worked did not align with reality. He doesn't get that there are other ways it can work. But Cammy, see, here's what I don't get. What was he doing the entire time, like, when Bob was still alive and he was doing Glowbusters every week and all of the different conversations that were had over the years discussing this, this sort of stuff? Like, was he listening or was he not listening? Like, what was he doing? Was he sending dick pics to chicks during Glowbusters the whole time? You know what I'm saying? I don't understand how he just dismisses all of the other stuff. Even Witsit. He's been here for all these conversations too. He went to Antarctica. He saw the same thing Jaren did, and he came back, and guess what? He did not become a Globie. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about that girl, Lizbeth. I don't know, because she doesn't talk. I don't know what her thought process is. As far as I know, she did not convert to a Globie after the Antarctica trip. So. Consider yourself a juicy neighbor. I was sure he was legit. He probably was. I think Jaren was legit at one point. I just think that maybe we all thought he was smarter than he really is. I think he tuned out when not talking. That's what I think, Cammy, because he's completely disregarded so much stuff that we've learned over the years. Like, I just don't get it. Strange World chat for the live show feels culty. The same crowd moves to DJ's show. It's the only FE show that doesn't feel cultish. This is the only FE show that doesn't feel cultish. Really? What is the Strange World cat? Speaking of Strange World, by the way, did you guys know that today Mark Sargent is flying out to Europe? He is going to be gone for a month off grid. He cannot talk to anybody, have any social media contact or contact with anybody, any of us over here, any of his friends over here, because he's going to be participating in some show, like a reality show, like a Great American or the Great Race type of show. Like, I don't know what it is, but he has told me that he's the only FE'er involved, and there's no other flat earthers in there, and it's not a flat earth show, but he is participating as Mark Sargent, the flat earther. So that's cool, and I can't wait to see how that all pans out. Jaren's a better talker than a listener. Yeah. He sent a dick pic to Stavely. Oh my God, stop it. He's 100% legit. He just believed everyone that told him how great he was went to his head. Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to be in chat for at least a month. I think it's like Dave says, the sky is a screen and the sun is projecting plasma light. Well, I don't know. But I know that Dave said that Dave was pushing that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica was fake, which I absolutely vehemently disagree with. And I don't appreciate people who didn't bother going to Antarctica coming back and trying to tell us that our friends were lied to, especially Witsit. Witsit is not dumb. Does anybody here think Witsit is stupid? Because I don't. I think Witsit's smarter than Jaren, and I figured that out a long time ago. Okay? So why does he think that that our people who are like, they're intelligent, reasonable people, went there and then they got fooled, like they were in a studio and everything was fake, or there was like some fake sun? I mean, they don't even have a proper explanation of how that would even be done. They just make shit up. They just show pictures of things being zapped by lasers and they're like, yeah, look, it could have been a laser plasma ball fake sun thing. Like, shut up. Shut up. Get out of here. My flat earth show isn't culty. Sufi Bear says Devil's Tower is just an igneous rock left over after the flood washed away the surrounding soil. I actually agree with you, Sufi Bear. I agree with you. I think a lot of the weird shit that we see is a result of the flood changing the landscape. I agree. I think most of that is what that is. What's your take on Gnostic Academy? I don't know. I don't really watch what he's been doing for quite some time now. NDAs. What do you mean about Marty? I mean, I don't really have anything bad to say about Marty, but he was pushing that whole fake sun shit too. Like, it's just a really horrible look, especially when you go look at all of the old school, the ancient, not ancient, but the old flat earth books, like the Synthetic Astronomy, Lady Blount, Robotham, like all of these people who wrote about the earth and the ball lie well over 100 years ago, and they acknowledge that there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica and that the sun does go that way, but they also acknowledge that the earth measures flat. It measures flat. I mean, if we have, this is old talking point. We have a dimension for the ball earth that they say we live on, right? So through spherical trigonometry, you're able to derive, how far you should be able to see to the horizon based on your observer height if the earth is a ball. And repeatedly, time after time after time after time, that is debunked. It's debunked. So, and then, people want to go back and start pushing, oh, it's refraction, it's standard refraction. There is no standard refraction. It's like, where have you guys been all this time? Where have you been all this time? That now all of a sudden, just get out of here. I always thought Mark Sargent was a phony. I know he's our friend that Eric Dubay did on Disinformation Agents was hilarious. Video game standpoint. I know. You know what? I was sussy of Mark Sargent in the beginning too, but you know what? Then I got to know Mark and I realized that he's awesome. Mark is the only one who is still worth the shit to me as far as like who's alive, like as far as like top brass flat earthers. Like I miss Mark doing the interviews. Now everybody wants to interview Dave and he's pushing all this retarded shit. Mark Sargent is at least consistent. I don't agree with him that we live in a simulation, but that's just how people can explain things or understand things in their mind by using these words like simulation or program, because these are concepts that we are familiar with. We are not familiar with the concepts that gods use to create entire fucking realms. Like that is probably beyond most human understanding, in my opinion. I mean, we just have no idea on that scale. Like all the minutia of this realm, just everything. Like this is definitely a created place by somebody far beyond any human intellect. Hearing Ben mash Marty. What? Marty is batshit crazy. Talk about a cult. He has an NDA for his cult. Yes. Yeah. He did have a thing where you had to sign an agreement that you wouldn't disagree with him. Like he doesn't even want to hear your opinion about what he's saying. But like I don't, everybody can do whatever they want. It's none of my business. You do what you want. You run your channel the way you want to run your channel. I don't work like that. I don't want a cult. I don't want a cult-like following. I don't want everybody telling me right whether I'm wrong or not. If I get something wrong, I actually want to know that I got it wrong and I want to know the correct answer. Like, I don't want to just go on forever spewing the same retarded shit because that's what my listeners are used to listening to and that's what they like and they tip me for it, but it's bullshit. Like, I don't work that way. I'd rather know the truth and be poor, like I am, than be full of shit and have a bunch of money. Because I'm just not wired that way. I just don't. I'd rather, just not make any money doing this and just go, do whatever and then have this as like a side thing, like a conversation where like-minded people can get together and discuss things and maybe try to figure out stuff, talk about ideas or whatever. But I don't want everybody just gobbling up my shit that I'm feeding you. It just doesn't sound appealing to me at all. Mark is a cool nerd. I still love Mark. Everyone in the South has always known that Southern rotation exists. Do not change reality to fit model. That's what ballers do. Exactly. The analemma at the equator shows an equal-sized loop in both north and south, which should tell us something. Does it, though? Because I've not seen an analemma from the equator that is an equal-sized loop in the north and south. I've always seen it. Dr. Bass, is that true? Because I don't know about that. Let's see. I've never seen that. I misspelled analemma. Shocking. See, because here, True dilemma? Analemma, showing the sun's declination for every day of the year. Also the equation of time. See, this line right here is supposed to be the equator. And this is the analemma, but it's not. I've never seen an analemma that has the same size loop from any position. See, here's the equator. Has anybody else seen that? Because I've never seen an analemma ever with equal size loops. Wyoming and the Dakotas was an inland sea where there was no flood needed. Yeah, I've read some geology things where they talk about like certain stones and boulders and stuff that like there's nothing similar found in the area, but the boulder came from like hundreds of miles north or whatever, and it turns out that it all just washed down in like some sort of glacier or flood. A worldwide flood could have done that if that's what it was. But yeah. There was a 24-hour sun, but there's also some suspicious stuff around it. They could only be there a little more than a day. Bad weather got to rush them out. Well, it is Antarctica, which is notorious for having extreme weather. Yeah, Mark has been consistent this whole time. And if you've watched like interviews that Mark Sargent has done, like when Mark went to talk to Jim Brewer, and Jim Brewer and his Q-tard friend that he does streams with were trying to push Mark to talk about old world shit, and Mark drove it right back to flat Earth because Mark doesn't really care about that shit, or at least that's what how as far as I know, because it doesn't even really make sense. Worst part is he started it. Not a computer simulation, but an energy system that runs on numbers. Well, I don't know. Hello, Ali B. Nor can you talk about what he says outside of the cult. It's just ridiculous. Lights in the sky. We can't touch them. Be careful because in reality, an EM field will definitely affect them. It's a natural property of, yeah. IPS and RV run cults? Yeah, word. Like a true seeker. Cheers, Billingtano. Also, he says National Socialism is the answer for the white man. Whoa. You'll get IBS if you listen to IPS. Yeah, he does have an NDA. Somebody sent it to me. I saw a copy of it. Water spouts carved out the mountains where they dropped. Property in Black Mountain and two river streams merged into a large running river. He does. It's on site. For joining the club, you have to sign it. Dennis Marty Lead said that, and he has a whole video about it. Yeah. Hey, Christy. Much love, Christy. I miss you guys so much. I really do. I would love to see you in real life again. Analemma is location dependent. Upgraded membership. Hey, Billingtano, cheers. Thank you, Fert, my friend. Well, that's what I read when I looked into it. Upgraded membership to cult member. Bro, should I change it to cult? The anti-cult. I call myself the anti-influencer on X. because people they call yourself an influencer. So I called myself the anti-influencer on X because influencer is not a fucking job. Oh, Liz, I love you guys. You guys are the best. The bigger loop is indicating the sun's traveling further away from you. But that doesn't mean it's equal. That wouldn't, I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen an analemma that is equal in both loops. If you can provide me a link, Dr. Bass Ackwards, send it and let's look at it. But I feel like that analemma is on the equator because that's what you see from the equator. And it could be, maybe it's elevation change in the sun. And he kept pushing his app on me. I thought it was so weird. He was like, "Did you get the app? The app, the app?" I'm like, "Dave, stop. I got the app. I'm from the culture." From the cult. Thought it was a little weird. Yeah, because that's all he does is promote the app. Remember when I did a event in Las Vegas in 2023 and that fucking Tyler Oliveira guy showed up at the event, and the only reason I let him come to my event is because Dave vouched for him. And then he interrupted my event, caused a whole scene so he could make a fucking YouTube video. And I'm sure he made a whole bunch of money off that YouTube video while interrupting and almost ruining day 2 of my event. And then at the end of that video, who gets to plug all their stuff? Dave and his app without one fucking shout out to even Flat Earth Festivals or Flattoberfest or thanks Karen B for letting me come to the event. Not one fucking word. Nothing. Nothing. That's when I knew how truly self-serving Dave was. I was like, oh, you selfish, self-serving son of a bitch. I don't even get a shout out. Not even a fucking shout out. I used to work my ass off on those events. I worked my ass off for those events all year long. And then when they were going on, I was stressed out the entire time, making sure everything went off without a hitch. And then that's how I get treated by a fellow flat earther. Like, fuck you, Dave. Starting a trend, hopefully. Went over it on my show and still tried to deny it as we read it. Marty banned me from his channel years ago for a dumb reason, so I stopped watching him. Yeah, he took everybody's mod away. Like once it turned culty, I think everybody's wrench got taken. Dennis wants somebody to go to the astronaut experience with him. I'm sorry, Dennis. I wish I was able to travel right now. I just don't know if I can make it work. Zulu One took the whereabouts of Ben's stolen truck with him. When Tyler appeared, he said he had a press pass, and I was like, "Say what?" Yeah. I should have charged him $500. Knowing that he was probably going to pull some kind of fucking stunt like that. Latest version gives amazing AI-generated personal day forecasts. What? Owen Benjamin had a beef with Dave Weiss? Owen Benjamin has a beef with everybody. I don't know. I deleted that app a long time ago. I'm just done. I decided to just be a loner and be on my own and do my own thing because it's better than having to go along with somebody else's bullshit. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen.
What's up?
This is Dave from Virginia.
Hello, Dave from Virginia. How are you?
Not bad. That could be better. Anyway, the reason why I called you is you had a guy who gave you a book, who was, I think it was a military guy. Do you
Mm-hmm.
remember that guy?
You mean
What
Corey
was his name?
Corey Kell?
Was it Corey Kell?
Corey Kell? Are you talking about here, let me see if I can find his website. I think he still has his website up. He still puts videos out every once in a while. Let me see if this is the one you're talking about.
I know he had sent you a book and you said you were going to read it. I was
Yes.
wondering, does that book have anything about the sun going the opposite direction when you get to the lower latitudes? Or...
Actually, hang on one sec. I think the book is right over here. Let me see if I can go grab it real quick. All right. So his book, this is his book. It's called The Flat Earth, Sun and Earth Modern User Reference Guide, Determining Earth's True Surface Shape as Flat Using the Sun. Includes step-by-step process and applications for determining Earth's surface shape using the sun, sun plot tables, setup, and use of the sun's survey point, required test equipment, setting up an orienting station, factors influencing measured sun height readings, and use of geometry. So this is Corey's book outlining the method that he developed on how to debunk the Earth using measurements of the sun's position from certain points. And I do think that certain months work better than other months when you're trying to recreate his measurement. But I don't think it really talks about like southern sun rotation specifically.
You know if he has a YouTube channel?
Yeah, it should be, let's see, Flat Earth Intel. He has, okay, his website is flatearthintel.com. So
Okay.
you can check him
Okay.
online there.
Good,
And
good, good.
his email is there. And he does have a YouTube. I wonder if his YouTube is Flat Earth Intel as well. It might be. Let me see. Okay, no, his YouTube channel is called Corey iFish. So it's Corey iFish 8539. Here, I'll put a link in the chat.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, I just got his Amazon link. That's an expensive book. Have you read the book through or no?
I have not read it through completely now.
Oh, okay. Do you recommend any other book on Flat Earth?
As far as what about it?
Getting
Regarding the sun?
well, I mean, just getting to the more, I guess, scientific observations or whatever.
Okay, well, let me point you in this direction. Are you familiar with space audits and Alan and Shane
Oh,
Saint,
yeah.
Saint Pierre?
Yeah.
Okay.
Once in a while, I look at that. Yeah, once in a while.
Yeah. they are probably doing the most scientific related content as far as that goes, in
Right.
my opinion.
Uh,
And they've got their website. Let me see if I can pull it up. Hmm. Yeah, I'll put a link to all his post his links in here. But yeah, is there like something specific you're looking for, or what?
no, I'm just, just want to increase my knowledge of it, so I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, totally. At the bottom of his links, they've got databases, GitHub. I mean, and also, I don't know if you're on Discord, but they probably have a lot of data on their. They have the Ether Cosmology Discord where he's got Ether Cosmology file share link on here. So I
Is
think
that
that's
Corey or Space Audit?
hmm.
Is that who Space Audits or Corey or
Well, this is space audits. So Shane and Alan do like the ether cosmology stuff,
right?
and then Corey is his own thing, which he calls it military science. So he's
You know
basically,
what?
yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt
it's
you.
okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I noticed that the the Globe Busters now has a guy on there. I mean, he's not a bad guy, but he's more into the religious thing, I guess. It's like using like Mormon religion
Oh, you're talking about
when it
Kyle?
comes to yeah, I guess that's his name. And I am not too keen on that Mormon stuff. Um,
Well, me either.
yeah, I
Truth
think
be
all that's
told.
made up. I mean, all of it's made up, but this is something that was made up like what 200 years ago,
Yeah.
and it's not a. I don't consider it. I don't mean any harm. I like Mormons. I like some of the things that they do, but um, yeah, that's not a. I don't think that's an inspired work from some god or something, or not in that way. Not a spiritual kind of book,
Yeah.
which is I totally delving into the history of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't like. I like to keep the flat Earth stuff sort of what's the word, secular. Secular. That's the word.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's keep that separate from religion
Yeah. I
as much
mean,
as possible.
yeah. Yeah. Because that's
Nothing
what most
against him,
people.
but he seems like a nice guy. But you know, but yeah. But I guess GoBusters has gone in a different direction. I guess.
Well, no, Shane and Alan do Glowbusters on Sunday.
All right.
I think they're still doing it.
I don't know.
Yeah, they are.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. Answering my question about the book. I'm gonna try to get that book soon.
Okay. Well, no problem.
Kind of up there. All right. Have a good one.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You too. Why Christians don't speak Aramaic? Does anybody speak Aramaic? Because the sun's moving further away from your location. But I've never seen anybody photograph an analemma where the two loops are the same size. Yeah, I don't know what people spoke back then. And, totally separate stuff from Kyle's. Is Kyle still doing stuff? I just I've just become so busy because I've had to work. So I just can't pay attention to stuff as much as I used to. Yeah, see, 3 days ago, they were streaming Distance to the Sun Part 2. Where's Part 1? Hmm. Forgot all about the Glowbusters channel. Yeah, Shane and Alan, and I think Stone is still streaming with them too every Sunday, but I can't keep up. I can't keep up. Oh my, it's not even a real job, Redondo Rocket. I can't even get a real job because I'm like almost 50. And if you're over 40, the little AI thing that reads applications tosses you out the window like immediately. All right, anyway. So there's that. We haven't even got to this thing yet. Do you guys want to look at what they say, the 10 points that prove Earth is round? Let's see what it said. Transcript. Oh, it's not even proof. Number 10. All the other planets and stars we've ever seen are round, and there's no reason to indicate that Earth should be any different, except for the fact that there's no measurable curvature and we can see too far. Hello, this is not proof. Oh, the balls in the sky are round, so Earth must be round. It's like, okay, the basketball court is round because the basketball is round. Like, it's the same logic. So, not proof. Number 9, time zones. Day and night happen at different times at different places on Earth. In fact, it's always day somewhere and night somewhere else. Okay, that's works the same on the flat Earth too with the small and local sun. Everybody already knows. That is also not proof that the Earth is a ball. Number 8, the Coriolis effect means freely moving things like cannonballs or hurricane winds are deflected to the right, but only if you're north of the equator. If you're south, they're deflected to the left. Well, this is decidedly false. The Coriolis effect is a fictitious force. It's a fictitious force based on a frame of reference. Let's see. It's like if you're on a spinning merry-go-round and you throw the ball. Once the ball leaves your hand, that ball is traveling in a straight line. It's the destination. It's the person you're throwing it to that's moving. So there is no Coriolis effect. It's a fictitious force. It doesn't exist. Okay, so that is also not a proof. Okay, number 7, triangles. If you walk 10,000 kilometers straight along the Earth's surface, turn 90 degrees to your right and walk 10,000 kilometers more, turn right and walk another 10,000 kilometers, you'll be back where you started. Having successfully made a triangle with 3 90-degree angles, as any geometry student can tell you, this is impossible on a flat surface. But of course, This is just like, what do you call it? Like a form of reification or something. I'm not sure what you call this, but basically they're taking, this whole argument is them taking a ball and doing that, where you can make a triangle with 390-degree angles because it's curved, it's on a curved surface, except this has never been done on the surface of Earth. Nobody's walking 10,000 kilometers in a straight line and then turning 9 degrees and then walking 10,000 kilometers more. Like, this is unfalsifiable trash. It's trash. Nobody could ever actually do this and prove it. Like, it's just, hey, look at this ball. And then I drew a shape on a ball. It's geometry, but it's not real life. I don't know what the word for that is. Is that reification? Or is it like a logical fallacy where like what they're saying is true on a surface of a ball, but it doesn't apply to Earth because we don't live on a ball? Like, you're just saying stuff? When's the last time somebody walked 10,000 kilometers in a straight line on Earth? When I stand out, Ben, when I stand out in the field and it's all cows around me, I don't assume that I'm a cow. Exactly. Same logic. I thought Jeff D was a FE or the whistleblower dude. Seems like he's working with the material from a decade ago and he can't let go. Oh, that guy's crazy. He's crazy. What's his name again? I can't remember. I know who you're talking about. The guy who was like a preacher and then he stopped being a preacher or something. I can't remember. I know who you're talking about, but I kind of forget that guy's story. I haven't thought about that for a while. Tony Coriolis is the real deal. The alleged force out in space is the fake one. Exactly. A million logical fallacies, yeah. It's hard to walk 1 mile absolutely straight without a compass shooting an azimuth, yeah. Hey, Chuck Jackson, he says Forrest Gump did it. Oh, Chuck Jackson, I got your email. Thank you for that, sir. I've given it some thought. I'm going to give that some thought. All lies all the time. Yep. Literally scanning stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you're talking about, is it spherical? All right, number 6. The sun, in general, gets lower and lower in the sky as you travel away from the equator, and you can use this to directly measure the Earth's curvature. Pick 2 places a few hundred miles directly north and south of each other, and at noon, measure the shadows cast by the vertical meter stick at each location. You can use the shadow lengths to figure out the angle between the sticks, and once you add in how far apart they are, you can calculate the Earth's curvature. Blah, 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 blah. This one is actually closer to being a proof than the other ones, but it's still not proof. It's still not proof. Because you can get the same result with the small and local sun as you can by assuming that the sun is big and very far away. Right? Number 5, the stars at night change as you go north or south. For example, Orion is upside down if you're in Australia. You see, like this too, if the night sky, if the stars are not infinitely far away and they're actually small and local, then yes, your vision is going to be, the how far you can see them will be limited by perspective. A lot of this is just basic perspective, you know. But they don't tell you that. They tell you it's because the Earth is a ball and it's turning, which is crazy. Number 4, Ferdinand Magellan and many people afterwards circumnavigated the Earth. That means he left, headed west, continued going west, and came back to where he started until going west. Actually, Magellan was dead, but one of his ships, led by Juan Sebastian Elcano, finished the journey. If you head west and circumnavigate the Earth yourself, You'll be able to tell because you will observe one fewer sunrise than everyone who stays home. And of course, we all know that you can circumnavigate. The same way you can go around the world, the same way that you go around the block. It's literally that simple. Number 3, the horizon. Ships on the ocean or tall Chicago buildings viewed over Lake Michigan disappear bottom first. And you can see the sunset twice if you watch it lying down and then quickly stand up. Simple fact is if the earth were flat, there wouldn't be a horizon beyond which things could disappear. That is such bullshit because why do globies think that you can see forever? Oh, I know why, because they tell you that you're looking at shit that's like 5 billion light years away, and then they believe it. So now that automatically means that if the earth was flat, you'd be able to see all the way across it and see the Eiffel Tower across the ocean or something, because things don't ever get super small when they get far away. The visual angle doesn't ever get far below any sort of discernible value, right? It's like anything that's like below two degrees becomes like almost discernible to your eye once it becomes far away. You know? Like that's why things disappear bottom first, because that is where the angle, the viewing angle is the most acute, right? It's the smallest point. So again, not proof. Number 3, not proof. Number 2, during a lunar eclipse, the shadow of the earth the shadow of the earth on the moon is curved. Well, we all know that is just an assumption. The shadow of the moon is curved. Did I show you guys my shadow videos where like if it was really a ball obstructing the light on another ball, it would make this weird S curve? It doesn't make a perfectly round curve. This is why I think the polarization theory of how light being polarized with multiple bodies canceling out the light makes way more sense than one object obstructing the light of another object and just simply casting a shadow. Because polarization will look like a shadow being cast as well, but then there is no shadow being cast. It's just the magnetic field canceling out the light. And number 1, we all know Earth is round because we have photographic evidence. Like none of these are proof. See, so stupid. This is how easy it is to fool people. Merlin's back. Hello from Canada. Astrocat. Well, I realize that much, but I've heard from other people who claim to have done it. What are you talking about? Ever heard of Jeff C? I don't know who that is. So you're saying that Google's info about the analemma at the equator is a lie? That's not the only... Well, I don't know. I thought you were... Did you send me a link? What? I'm not reading all that. Universe is flat. Spatial curvature, flatness in the universe determined by the Friedman equation. Huh? I have to go there and document it myself. Do you not have a link to the information that you looked at that made you think that you saw the equal loops on the analemma, the equator? No? I thought it was specifically the analemma from the equator. Really have zero comprehension of how our bodies function, much less comprehension of how eyes works. Rods and cones and astigmatism, eye color, iridologist is a doctor of the eyeball. Always keep an open mind. Reality can work in many different ways. People must have never taken an art class and learned about the vanishing point. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I spent most of my childhood growing up drawing, doing art, and I even took some. I went to Art Academy, Academy of Art Institute, whatever, in San Francisco for a little while. Like, except that college was extremely expensive. I couldn't afford to finish it. But I mean, I did take a lot of art classes. I used to draw on my own quite a bit, and yes, absolutely, the vanishing point and the perspective is it explains everything. AI that studied for years if the Earth is flat. Right on. It does make sense to me that it would be equal at the equator. Well, Dr. Bass Ackwards, that's what it should be if the Earth was a globe, right? That's what I would assume. But I've never seen it. I've never seen an analemma that has equal loops. Question: do camera lenses work the same way your eyes work? Certain types of lenses. We live in a magical place. Absolutely, raised by gypsies, we do. Some lenses are designed to be closer to what you see with your human eye than others, but I don't know that there is any one lens that is like, this is the most. Let's see. Let's see. Camera lens most like a human eye. What camera lens is closest to the human eye? Many famous photographers use the eye equivalent focal length to capture most of their images. Why do many photographers prefer to choose this focal length, and what camera lens is the closest to the human eye? As a general rule, the lens closest to the human eye is a 50 millimeter prime lens used in video mode mounted on a full frame camera, or 35 millimeter prime lens mounted on an APS-C crop frame camera, as only a part of the retina processes the frame the eye sees. The angle of view of the eye is 55 degrees. Is that from top to bottom or left to right? What is the focal length of the human eye? Human eye is the distance between the retina and the eye lens. The focal length of the eye varies from person to person because all people have a different eye power. The typical minimum focal length of the human eye is 22.7 millimeters or 2.27 centimeters. The typical maximum focal length of the human eye is 25 millimeters. Therefore, the nominal focal length of the human eye is generally taken as 22 millimeters. Human eye aperture equivalent. The maximum aperture of the human eye has been estimated to be anywhere between f2.1 and f3.8. Since the human eye is a living organ, the values change over a lifetime, decrease, and also depend on any conditions such as diseases of the eyes. These values are equivalent to pretty fast camera lenses. The minimum aperture, on the other hand, for the human eye is a range of f8 to f11, which may be why we need sunglasses on bright days. Function of the human eye is more or less similar to the function of a camera system, including the aperture. Let's have a look at the workings of a human eye. Human eye consists of an eyeball that is spherical in shape. The diameter of the eyeball of a typical human eye is approximately 2.5 centimeters. There will be a small bulge in the front of the eyeball that is referred to as the cornea. The iris is behind the cornea. The pupil is the colored section with the hole in the middle. The amount of light that goes inside the eyeball is regulated by the pupil. The opening and closing of the pupil is facilitated by the circular tissues found in the iris. Focusing on the subject is done with the help of eye lens and the cornea. The focusing by the eye is done through the light bending phenomenon. The light rays coming from the object pass through the cornea. The bending of the light happens at the curvature. The curvature of the eye lens is adjusted so the subject gets focused on properly. It is not possible to change the distance between the eye lens and the retina of the human eye. The human eye has the ability to see both nearby objects as well as far objects clearly. The power of accommodation of the human eye makes it possible. The process by which the human eyes change the optical power of the eye to maintain a clear focus on the subject when the distance is varying is called accommodation of the eye. What is the far point of the human eye? Far point of the human eye is the most distant point at which the object can be placed at the optical axis of the eye and be focused. In other words, it is the farthest point where the subjects appear clear to the human eye. For a normal human eye, that far point is infinity. This distance is generally defined as 6 meters or 20 feet. It is because the change of accommodation is negligible between 6 meters and infinity. The human eye is actually pretty impressive. If the human eye is myopic or hypermetropic, then the far point will be different. If it is a myopic eye, it will be closer than 20 feet. Here, the far point is decided by the refractive error of the eye. If the eye is hypermetropic one, the focus point will not occur in the retina. Instead, it will be behind the retina. Jeez. Camera lens focal length closest to the human eye. The 50 milliliter lens is the camera lens that most closely matches the human eye. The angle of view created by the 50 milliliter focal length is almost the same as a human eye's viewing angle. The angle of view is determined by the focal length of the eye. Okay, so 50 millimeter prime lens, popularly known as the Nifty 50 lens, is also called the normal or standard lens. Almost all types of photographers will have one 50 milliliter lens in their kit, mainly due to the fact that perspective of this focal length is similar to the perspective of the human eye. For example, the famous photographer Henri Cartier-Bresson was captured many mind-blowing frames using the 50 milliliter lens, one of his favorite lenses. Okay, we have a call. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Glenn, just dropping a thought. This is Pride Month, the beginning of Pride Month, and I call myself a non-glober. And the reason I do, and this is just for me, but the reason I do is because all the details have not been ironed out to prove it's a flat Earth, per se. But I think just the way God designed it is just the way He wants it. He doesn't want us to get it all. Just like in 1 Corinthians it says, "For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when the perfect comes, the partial will pass away." And then in Isaiah, God says, "My ways are higher than your ways." So I think that it's just God's way of, we're stuck with it. We're stuck with the fact that He created it, and we're not the master. The scientific community thinks that they're the master. Okay, and I would just caution that on the opposing side here, we don't get tempted into trying to become the master like they think they are. None of us are the master, and it might be God's way of just trying to keep us humble. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
There's a lot of things we could figure out. Absolutely. Is there science? Absolutely, there's science. There's real science. It's not mixed with the pseudoscience like they try to mix in, but yeah, there's science. But there's so much we could understand, and we could achieve a lot too. God's allowed for that. Mm-hmm. But I think He's made it, purposely made it, to where we're humbled in the end, and that's the way we should be. And I just thought I'd drop the thought, and I call myself a non-glober. That's the way I deal with it. But I'm just putting it out there for anybody who wants to consider it.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, you have a great week.
Okay, thanks. You too. Yeah, it's definitely not a globe. I don't know what this place is. I have my own ideas. I just know it's not what they tell us it is. Despite all the massive geopolitical storms and international legal dragnets thrown at the network over the last 2 years, the master helm of Telegram has not changed hands. Pavel Durov remains. Yeah. Yeah, the Jim Egan episode that Ben did, was that, I don't know, was that a Ted's Talk or a Weaving Spiders? Same channel, doesn't matter. But yeah, the one with, that was I think I meant to go back and finish watching it. I watched some of it and I didn't finish it. And now you're reminding me that I never went and finished watching it. I need to go back and finish watching it. So if it's actually equal at the equator, do you think that's globe evidence? I wasn't trying to suggest that. No. No. I don't think it's globe evidence. I got a new eyeball, had a detached retina, then had a cataract surgery and had a lens put in. Oh, nice. Nice. 50 millimeter Zeiss lens. It's beautiful. We need to do a light rain dance. I put down a ton of grass seed yesterday and a light rain would be ideal, just saying. It's not a globe, who would have thought? It's awesome, and it's your movie and you're directing it. Yeah, that's pretty cool, Redondo Rocket. See, science does cool stuff. We're not science deniers.
The solar analemma. And this analemma, as it's called, is the elongated figure-8 shape produced by depicting the sun's position in the sky at a specific time of day.
Yeah, but they're not
as
showing
seen
it
from
equal.
a fixed location over the course of a year. So basically, once you take all these pictures, combine them together, you get this figure-8 shape. But here, I've separated it out into the 6 gates that we just saw and heard from Enoch. At the furthest point to the left side, that would be the 6th gate. That's going to be your summer solstice. Whereas on the far right, you got the first gate. That's going to.
Well, this isn't. I mean, this is just him comparing it to like the biblical description. Well, not even a biblical description. It's because it's not in the Bible. This is Enoch. That's from Enoch, which is not a canonized book. Not that there isn't good information in it. I'm just saying it's not canonized. But I don't know that this is really showing that. It's not showing that the analemma is equal.
Up in the north of the equator at least, right?
Yeah.
And you can play the animation while we're on screen still with this one just to kind of illustrate it better for them. What it looks like as it's moving throughout the year. Better practical illustration for what you're seeing from the Earth view rather than overhead. You got the date at the top, the sun's position on said date.
This is great, brother. Good job.
Yeah, I don't know. Measure dark matter. How do you measure dark matter if they don't even know what it is? I mean, I think it makes sense. Like the analemma makes sense to me from a flat Earth perspective. I certainly think it makes more sense on a flat Earth than it does on the globe Earth. I feel like if it was a globe Earth, we would see an analemma that has two equal loops. How come there isn't an analemma taken at the equator? Somebody go to the equator and take analemma pictures for a year. What does a solar analemma on Earth look like at the equator? Some sources seem to indicate it's a horizontal line. How can that be? I'm finding several sources on the internet which say that the solar analemma at the equator is a horizontal line, but this makes no sense to me, especially the analemma at noon, for which the sun should surely travel vertically from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn and back, and probably with some lateral displacement as well. I'm expecting that the dawn and dusk analemmas are far closer to horizontal, but there should still be some shape to them. A simple line does not seem likely. The best answer from my point of view would show or describe 15 analemmas representing the sun's positions through the year as seen from both tropics and from the equator, and pinpoint to the locations at 7 a.m., 9:30 a.m., noon, 2:30, and 5. Thank you all for your comments on the original question. Most seem to favor the horizontal orientation, either a simple east-west line or a horizontally orientated infinity sign, an 8 lying on its side. My sense is that these images may not be grounded in empirical observations of how the analemma or its shadow on the ground actually appears on the equatorial line, but instead derived from thinking about why the analemma appears as a bottom-heavy figure 8 in the northern hemisphere compared to a top-heavy 8 in the southern hemisphere. If anyone is aware of scientific observations that confirm the idea of an east-west orientation at the equator, please let me or us know. Otherwise, I'd like to share an alternative answer, which I find more believable. Of course, my answer is too merely based on pondering why the analemma is reversed in the southern skies. I have no experimental observations of my own. The description of the southern hemisphere analemma as being inversion of the one we see in the north is clearly true. Viewed from the north, the smaller sector of the figure 8 appears above the larger one, and in the southern hemisphere, the smaller sector is lower down in the sky, and the larger one points upwards. It does indeed sound as though the shape in the sky must have reversed above the equator, but can that in fact be the case? So they're just talking about it. They don't even have the pictures. Why not? Hmm. At the Greenwich latitude. So this is supposed to be at the equator. And near the North Pole. Hmm. Those are just graphs, though. I want to see the actual picture. So here we got some different analemma pictures. So here's one in Greece. Ancient Delphi in Greece. at 8. So this is not taken at noon. So this is lower. So the bottom of it is kind of sitting below the horizon here. This one was taken around noon. So noon every day. So that is higher in the sky. This one shortly after noon. Okay. Requires a virtual image made at the same time of day on 30 to 50 days throughout the year. Yeah, man, nobody's got an analemma that looks equal on both sides that I can find. Oh, look, here we go. Analemma and the Flat Earth Answers in Genesis. Teaches us about the shape of the Earth. Few flat earthers know what the analemma is. Some flat earthers seem to think that the analemma is the spiraling motion that the sun makes in the sky. I can understand why some people might get that impression. The analemma now is often photographic rather than graphical, such as the one in the figure. This was the first photographic analemma published in pages 536 and 537 of the June 1979 issue of Sky and Telescope magazine. This was back in the days of film, long before digital cameras were available. I created figure 2 by photographing with my digital camera those 2 pages of my copy of the magazine. Okay. Hmm. Analemma is evidence that the conventional real-world cosmology is true. Was that one of their 10 points? I don't know. Horizon. Nope. Even Britannica didn't use the analemma as a proof. Interesting. I wouldn't mind a year in Ecuador on the beach, right? I volunteer to go hang out on the equator for a year and take a picture of the analemma. Copper, Atlas and pear-shaped signal with its nickel water and pear-shaped signal as well. Mirrors of change and no more landlines. What you talking about? Moon makes the same shape too. It's called the ephemeral. Hi, Rose. Mike McGrath. I don't know who that is. Celestaire has been my favorite supplier of technical astronomical books and navigation equipment for many years. Sugar Ray, oh my god. This is a TEDx book from 100 years ago. Which talking about? Which one? Interesting that they said in the old books about the 24-hour sun. I must go and look. Yes, dude, look at the Lady Blount book. Let me see. Let me see if I can pull it up because I have them all. I the sun's motions north and south. So zetetic astronomy, the sun's motions north and south with the moon's motions fancied and real, showing the showing the uselessness of the gravitational theory by Lady Blount and Albert Smith. Sun's motion in the south. We next proceed to give some evidence of the sun's motions in southern regions. Here we shall have to depend upon the evidence we have gathered for some time past, both from zetics in southern latitudes and also from others who are globularists. One correspondent in East Australia, an intelligent zetic and formerly a teacher, says, "When I stand with my face to the north, the sun rises in the southeast and travels from my right hand the sun rises in the southeast and travels from my right hand to my left, almost straight overhead, but a little in front of my face, and then sets in the southwest. This is in the height of our summer, Christmas time. The south side of the buildings get the sun in the mornings and evenings in summer, but not in winter, as the sun rises more northeast and sets more northwest, and it does not rise nearly so high overhead. This is a good general testimony, and it agrees with other reliable and perhaps more scientific testimony which we received from the Perth government astronomer in West Australia, blah, blah, blah. This is an important testimony, and we quote it. Let's see. Let's read this. The Southern Cross and all other constellations do most certainly appear to revolve around a southern point or center. I have proved this beyond doubt by close observation. The circle seems to narrow in winter and expand in the summer. It is important testimony, and we quote it from zetics in the south because we believe it will appeal more forcibly to zetics in the north than would the testimony of those opposed to the plain truth. These southern zetics know that the earth and sea are horizontal and stationary, yet they are candid enough to testify to celestial motions which some illogically think are opposed to this great fact. But one fact can never contradict another fact. Both must be true. Zetics, therefore, in the north, must be candid enough to accept the facts on the celestial motions in the south, just as we wish globularists to be candid and reasonable enough to accept the well-known fact that water is level and the earth therefore a plane. Only those who are candid and sincere will arrive at all the truth. Though they may not obtain it all, they certainly will obtain much more than those who are not candid." So sun's motion in the south, and then they talk about the evidence of that, right? So here is, come on. So this is them showing the circular motion of the sun. And then, so here's where they discuss the northern rotation and the southern rotation, okay? 1898 until, let's see, the sun, let's see, what does it start at? Let's see. The Belgica was frozen fast in the ice from March 4th, 1898 until February 1899. The sun is represented as well above the horizon so that it could shine down on the sailors upon deck at midnight. Though not in harmony with globular theory, this may be taken as fairly representing the facts of the case and as harmonizing with other known facts that which have been reported to us both by zetetic and globularists. For instance, we have made inquiries from various persons, and we find that the longest day in any place further south than the Tropic of Capricorn increases in length as the latitude increases, or distance south of the observer. It follows, therefore, logically that if we were to go further and further south, the longest day would keep on increasing until it filled the whole of 24 hours. Then, of course, the midnight sun might be seen. Testimony has now been given that it has been seen, and this testimony has been admitted in zetetic literature, thus proving, speaking generally, that zetetics are willing to learn to admit of known facts. Whether we can explain these facts is another question. Exactly. Nobody knows how the sky works. Like, we can all have theories, but we may never know. We may never know. And, I think that's one of the hardest things for people to get to be okay with is not knowing, right? Because we grew up with allegedly knowing all the answers. Oh, this is the sun. That's the moon. We know this. We know that. Blah, blah, blah. Like their whole, story that was based on reverse engineering the observations and, all the records, the ephemerides, the canons of this sky clock. So then they made up a story that matches the data of the sky clock. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's true, but that's what everybody grew up just assuming that we had the answers, right? So then when you start looking and you're like, well, we might not have the answers. We might never have the answers. People are just not used to this idea. They're used to thinking they know everything or somebody knows something. Somebody somewhere knows the answer, right? Somebody has to know the answer. Well, maybe, but they might not be alive, So, where was I? Whether we can explain these facts is another question, but as we have before intimated, that whatever further facts we may find which are proved to be real facts and not fancies, we shall admit, but while admitting them to be true, zetetics will never give up the primary fact that the surface of all still water is level and the earth or land portion of the world, therefore a plane or series of planes. We must now proceed and follow the sun's course still further, that is back again to the Tropic of Cancer from whence we started. To do this, we shall have recourse to further diagrams. Okay, so then it keeps going on talking about what is witnessed as far as the motion of the sun, and then right here, it two great currents. Okay. Whether north or south of the imaginary line called the equator, we have seen that the heavenly bodies, being light and small, are carried around their respective centers by the ethereal currents which prevail around those centers. So the poles, right? So the currents, the lights are circumpolar. We may speak of these more fully later on and attempt to show that it is a natural or physical cause of the direction of these currents as secondary causes under the first great cause of all things, the fiat of the ever-living and ever-blessed Creator. Our study of these currents will give us further reasons for disbelieving the commonly accepted theory of gravitation as being not only absurd in itself, but utterly inadequate to produce the results which are in evidence everywhere. But this we may omit for the present, our object now being to intimate partly how the sun passes from one current into another. When, to use a popular expression, it crosses the equator, these great currents flowing around their respective centers and outward therefrom will of course meet and combine in the equator or their outer circumferences. Here, to some extent, they mutually check each other, and there is therefore what is known as the region of calms upon the earth's surface. But while the sun is in the south, for instance, and coming towards the equator, its circle, or circuit rather, keeps expanding, and thus the sun acquires a sort of momentum outwards. Now we left the sun for a moment's consideration and this acquired momentum at the point G. It's referencing a diagram. Must be up here. At point G. This momentum carries the sun from the point G onwards to meet the currents circling around the north center at Q. So right here. I finally figured out that that weird looking number 2 is a Q. That messed with me for a little bit because nobody writes Qs like that anymore. So anyway, this is why I really like referencing this book, because it's honest. And I wish that more flat earthers or whatever non-globies, non-globularists, whatever you want to call yourself, maybe you don't want any sort of title or label at all, and that's fine too. I don't really like labels either. But it would just be nice if more people who are looking at this or having this discussion would at least be honest. Like, okay, if the sun goes around the pole in Antarctica, okay, the sun goes around the pole in Antarctica. It is just another data point. It is just more information. It is what it is. And it doesn't make the Earth a ball. And I don't understand why people get so stuck on it. Well, I guess I do kind of understand, but at the same time, I don't. Because, like, if you go back and read this book, it just talks about it. It's like, look, we don't really understand how this works or what it is, but that's what we see. This is what is observed happening in the sky. And that's okay. It's okay. So, and then it gets into electricity and magnetism, hypothetical attraction of gravitation. Okay, so like incorporating electricity and magnetism into the flat earth theory is not a new thing. Like everything that we've been discussing pretty much this whole time is all stuff that has been being discussed for the last, hundreds of years between people who are having this discussion, people who think the earth is a globe and people who don't. None of this stuff is new. This is an age-old argument that's been going on for who knows how long. Probably like ever since they started taking records of the lights in the sky. Ever since they invented the telescope. You know what I'm saying? So it would just be better if we could at least be honest about what is real and what is not. And and if some dum-dum like Jaren, who has built up this huge following and everybody's, has put him on a pedestal, right? That was the problem, is that people just they were idolizing him. People were putting him on a pedestal. You were, looking up to this person as, idolizing them. So when he makes a ridiculous statement like, well, if the sun goes around in Antarctica, then the earth is a globe, which, by the way, he never said that bullshit. At least I never heard him say that bullshit until about 6 months before they went to Antarctica. It was like he was setting himself up to flip-flop. Like he was setting it up. And, somebody else had brought that up before. And then I started looking at, his series, what he was titling his shows and stuff leading up to Antarctica. And he was definitely setting himself up to bail. Why? I don't know. Was he doing it consciously? I don't even know. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he just... Who knows? Who knows what the fuck? Right? But to come out and make that bold claim when you don't even know how the lights in the sky work. You don't know. You know what I think? I think that there's more than one sun in the sky. I think that's the explanation. Now, is it 2 separate suns? I don't know. Is it one sun that is manifesting somehow in two different places? Possibly. Could be. I don't know. I don't know what the sky is made of. I don't know what's going on up there. I never been on the outside looking down. Nobody's ever been outside this realm. You know? So who knows? But I know that what we're seeing could not be seen if the earth, if there's just one sun, it just wouldn't work. So there has to be multiple suns, or at least multiple manifestations of the sun. And so, when I look at this, let's see. I can find it here. Which is why I got involved with FE Core from the very beginning. I don't know if you guys remember, but FE Core was announced in 2017 at the very first Flat Earth International Conference. Right? Because what did they do? They took all of the data and they plotted it out. Not a fan of this music choice, so I'll just turn it down. But they plotted it out, right? And then what did it look like? What did it look like? Oh my God, I forgot how long the entrance. There we go. Now, I don't think this is like the whole answer, but it certainly is a huge clue, right? It's a huge clue. I don't know why that's in there.
Is the circular model, the square model, proper experiments, size on any projection on dates like the equinoxes, to show in a simple way that the sun, for example, is not a physical object. We have measured the disk size of the sun when it moved directly overhead.
Is the visible sun a physical object? I don't know. I don't know.
That result ended up in a 39.8 mile diameter sun. That is a very small object compared to the size of the Earth.
Oh, do we have somebody in chat who
If you
found
use
us?
that size on any
Oh my God, you
projection
found us
on
talking
dates
about
like the
flat Earth. Oh
equinoxes,
no, what do we do?
when almost everybody has a sunrise at 90 degrees east, you will soon find out that most azimuth angles will never work with an object that close and small. If you take any flat projection and place the small sun on the equator,
People also believe
on the
Tartaria
equinox,
bullcrap
and
doesn't
place
spread. Yeah.
yourself at sunrise, on almost all latitudes, the sun is directly east of your position.
I have to tell you, Dennis, you keep talking about that one book that describes that there's like a big mountain that causes the shadow that is nighttime on the earth, and I just don't think that explains what we see. I think that's a very remedial explanation of how the sky works. There is a quadrupole. That is a fact, not possibility. Center pole is a quadrupole. And especially like going to Antarctica in the far southern latitude and witnessing the sun going around, that can't be explained with that mountain in the north. I don't know any evidence that it circles an alleged southern pole. It rather circles the Antarctic north. But Dennis, if they go to 78 degrees south in Antarctica like Whitsitt did, and they witnessed the 24-hour sun, which they did, then that means that the sun was going around them at the Antarctic pole in the south, at the South Pole, which means that particular manifestation of the sun has nothing to do with the North Pole. Does that make sense? It has nothing to do with the North Pole. Does not simply imply it means the southern pole. That's a presupposed idea. Well, then what is it circling if it circles the Antarctic and it's not going behind a mountain in the north then, Dennis? Gravity's relentless, unyielding pull continuously anchors the oceans and atmosphere to Earth, easily overpowering the outward momentum of space. Oh my God. Sweet Jesus. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. If you're like literally, what is that? How many miles is that? Because let's look at this, dude. Seriously. Come on. So it just doesn't make sense. If the sun is going around the southern pole in the southern, summer, that has nothing to do with the north. How so? Dennis, things still make me think about it because of how high Antarctica is compared to how high everywhere else is. But it doesn't make sense to me anyway, because also in the north, there is no sun. The north is experiencing 24-hour midnight. Dennis can call in and try to explain it, because I've thought about this because you've brought this up many, many times, and in my head, I mean, I have this, gift or a curse, whatever you want, depending on what's being said around me, that when something is described or when I can picture things visually 3D in my head, like I can picture it. I can unfold shapes and then fold them back up. When somebody just asks you to picture an apple, I can picture the apple and I can rotate it around in my head and I can, see it very clearly. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hello?
Hello?
How you been doing?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, so
is this Dennis?
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Dennis. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm doing all right. I got last week before my classes start back again. So anyway, the whole reason that I been talking about it since, I don't know, like 6 months after they went, sometime last year, so around last summer, it dawned on me, because I never paid attention to it as much, whether there could be an Antarctic midnight sun or not, that would allegedly debunk the flat earthism or whatever. But I began to pay attention to it a little bit after the TFE. But with all respect, it's evident to me that most people don't understand what I'm saying. Most flat earthers as well don't understand what I'm saying with the about the Christian topography, that model, and all the other ancient models as far as that goes, with a mountain in the north, how that is the flat Earth explanation for the midnight sun in the Antarctic, and it absolutely has everything to do with the Arctic North. Otherwise, it really doesn't make sense.
How,
it
though?
only makes sense.
But you say
It
that,
only
but
makes
you need
sense.
to explain how. You just keep
Okay, I got
repeating
you.
the same thing. You got to explain how.
Okay, this is how it has to do with the elevation of the sun at different times of the year. But as far as what constitutes the mountain, we can discuss that other time. But I know that the both books, the Earth Not a Globe and Christian Topography, the one from the 19th century and the ancient one, they both talk about an elevated Arctic area. And that map I found a couple years ago from that geographic group, I'm just saying, without going into depth, which you could do on another indication, it depicted the two this geologic group for the international that argues against continental drift. Well, there was that's why I was asking about it a couple weeks ago. Do you know which episode we talked about that on? But it depicted Greenland and Antarctica as the two most according to geology, the two most elevated land masses on Earth. So, and just as far as that aspect of it, whether that's true or whether there's some maybe uncharted island up there in the north that constitutes the mountain, either one, I'm thinking it's the former. But either way, there's something blocking the physical light of the sun from getting to the other side of the world every day as it orbits. That's why many have demonstrated that, like Daryl Marble did a YouTube video years back, I think it was in 2018. He has friends in England and in Australia while he's in Tacoma, Washington in the United States at the same time. And the sunlight clearly is over all of North America, all of South America, most of the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean simultaneously. Yet it covers all that easily. Yet we know that Russia and India and the other countries on that side, in those areas, I should say, are in darkness of night at that time. The sun's clearly powerful enough to reach it and cover the entire world with nothing in darkness. So there's a reason why it doesn't reach the other side. It's because the Arctic North is elevated and that blocks the sunlight. And the sun, in those months that are winter in the central areas, which we call the North flat earthers, like I'm talking about in December and January, the sun is more elevated, and because it's more elevated, that mountain or that elevated region, the shadow doesn't quite reach Antarctica on the other side of the world, although it does reach the shadow does cover Russia, India, and Middle East and what have you. But it doesn't reach all the way to Antarctica down there at that time because of its elevation at that time. That's the reason when Whitsitt and Jaron were down in Antarctica, they saw a 24-hour sun circling. At one point, it would have been way on the other side of the Arctic North, but who is anyone to say? I'm talking only about a few thousand miles. I'm not talking about light years or whatever. That's not ruled out. I'm saying that's what they saw. The sun. Did any of them measure the diameter of it? I'm the only thing that makes sense as far as it being one sun that's a physical ball of fire, a traditional view of the sun. That's the only explanation that makes total sense of it. And the shadow from the mountain in the north, which always constitutes nighttime in the world, that does not come into play at that time, and that's why they got a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic. That's the reason.
But
that's only in the ancient model and not in Rowbotham's, because Rowbotham's and most all of the modern models, with one exception I can think of, they don't have a superiority of the ancient Christian models over the modern flat Earth models because they don't have an Arctic. And not just the ancient Christian, most of the ancient pagan ones like Mount Meru and various names that they called it, according to the civilization, those all had an elevated Arctic area. And what's it? The shadow doesn't quite reach. Well, I'm sorry, you were asking a question.
I'm just
Hello?
trying. Yeah, I forgot already because you talked too long and I lost it. But
Sorry about that.
that's okay.
Yeah, but that model, I don't think I did mention it to Witz at one time. I called in, or rather, I made a comment, and he phased him. He was like, "Huh," because he had obviously never thought of it before. This almost a year ago, but he was like, "Huh, maybe." You know, I phrased it in a way where I paid $5 where he could see it during his stand out where he could see it, and he read it, and I phrased it in a way real succinctly, concisely, where without talking long, we're just in a few words, he understands the basic concept of it, and I don't think he obviously didn't study it much at that time. It's just I phrased in a way that explains the whole thing real simple. But yeah, it's the elevation of the sun is so high up, it's over the object that's causing the shadow, and so they don't see it. I do remember Dave Marsh, who with the loon, he had I don't know if he's not as active in flat Earth stuff. I think he still is a flat earther, but he's not as active as he used to be. But I do remember that he had his camera, and he does a lot of good stuff with that camera. He photographed the sun when it was on the horizon and maybe at 45 degree up, and he photographed at zenith directly overhead him, and he recorded the amount of a space that it took up in the camera, or I don't know how many millimeters or what have you, and it was smaller when it was near the horizon, and it was its biggest within the camera when it was directly overhead. I thought that's a proof right there that the sun's not, billions or miles away or light years away, which is absurdity. I think the book by Gerard Hickson, King's Dethroned, is the one. It's a flat Earth book from early 20th century, just by FYI. That's the one that demolishes the whole theory of light speed. It's instant. But anyway, his what Dave Marsh measured, the sun was bigger in his camera when like a millimeter or a couple millimeters larger when it was directly overhead, because it was physically closer to him. That's the reason why, and it was further away when it was near the horizon. And so if in Antarctica, if either Dave Marsh with his camera or someone else, I'd like to see them measure the diameter of the sun at its different positions when they're down there. That could help shed more light, or either corroborate, or falsify what I'm talking about. But as far as I can conceptually, like I had said, I haven't measured I haven't been down there or scrutinized the video they made to scrutinize the details. But that's the only explanation I know that doesn't have to resort to like bendy light and all these other theories, which I'm not necessarily saying they're wrong. As a matter of fact, I think that the other flat Earth community, the one online from the TFES.org and the Flat Earth Society.org, the few people on those forums that are actual flat earthers, and there's more of them on TFES.org, because that's the one that around 2011 or 2012 broke away from the other one because of its nonsense and hostility of flat Earth. But anyway, there's some few there, especially this guy Tom Bishop, who's been, I think, over the years the most informative and best researcher, and obviously a genuine flat earther on those forums. His ideas about the Antarctic midnight sun, they're actually very close to what yours is. He goes for this bendy light, or I'm not saying that.
I don't talk about bendy light. I don't say bendy
Okay,
light.
okay. It's the gist. I'm talking in general. He accepts the Antarctic midnight sun as reality, and he thinks this idea that it's fake is nonsense. In that, he's the same as you, and in general, he doesn't get this idea that I'm talking about, that it's an actual physical sun, and this ancient view. He doesn't comment about that when I posted about it, but his ideas seem about this. His take on it seems, at least in general, I don't know about every single detail, but they seem roughly, in roughly the same as yours on it, because he accepts it and he doesn't think the sun is like you were saying basically you don't know, but maybe there's two suns, or maybe it's the way the light refracts or something like. I haven't seen him say about two suns. It's the light refracts, but anyway, the main reason I was just called to say about the sun that they saw. I don't think it's circling. I'd be willing to look at evidence just like and analyze, but I to my mind, the idea that it's circling a southern pole, that's not proven. That they saw a midnight, that they saw a sun in the Antarctica circling overhead without setting, that I accept, that I believe. But that it's circling a southern pole, I don't accept that until it's proven. As far as I know, it still circles the northern pole, the northern Arctic. And that's exactly what it was circling, as far as I'm concerned, until proven otherwise. Period.
Okay.
But I'm open to evidence.
I
think
disagree.
That's
I think it is
flatter. I think that's the ancient flat Earth explanation from Christians and ancient civilizations. That's been the standard flat Earth explanation of that phenomena for thousands of years.
okay.
Anyway, but that's all I got. Unless you can find somebody, or there's anybody out there who's interested in going to the Ark encounter to confront these astronauts on July 11th.
Okay. Well, we'll keep talking about it. Maybe somebody will decide they want to go. Maybe somebody's trying to make plans now.
Yeah, maybe I'll NDB. Somebody said, and thank you for that. NDB, Non-Despair Bear, I believe they're talking about, lives in Kentucky. So if I'll message you in either Esoterico or the Rebellion, unless I find it myself, get in contact with him and see, because I sent a request to Justin Harvey and to Chris Bailey. I haven't heard back from either one of them yet, so I'll get in touch with Liz Bailey also, his wife, because they were the others, the main other people putting on flat Earth conferences for a few years.
That's right. Oh, Take on the World.
Yeah.
Are they still doing that?
No, they stopped before you stopped Flattoberfest.
Oh.
But they ran almost as long.
Yeah.
And they were going what with they were to give credit to you, they were not quite. Their inclination and what they was correct, but they didn't stand quite as stout and strong as you did in the middle of coronavirus. They went online for 1 year, I think in 2020, when you went ahead and still did it anyway, and they did it online. But so anyway, they live near Cincinnati. They live in Ohio. So, and there's this other guy, a friend of theirs, Michael Solomon, also lives in Ohio. So he was his wingman that was at all his conferences and all. So anyway, I'll contact, but Non-Despair Bear sounds like a possibility.
No Despair Bear? Yeah, okay.
Anyway, yeah, that's just a basic concept without, all the working on the details and the angles. That's a lot of footwork, which, when I get the time. But as far as the main concept of it, that's just what I wanted to say about the how the Arctic, with that perspective, how the Christian topography explains it. The shadow from the Arctic North has everything to do with it, because it's the sun's visible because it's above that elevation, that Arctic elevation. That's why they can see it. Anyway, that's all I got.
Okay. Thanks for calling, Dennis.
Yep.
All right. So while Dennis was talking, I did a little diagram. I drew a diagram because I've deleted all Adobe products off of my computer and I haven't replaced my graphics programs yet. But so I'm doing it old school. I'm doing analog. So check this out. This is kind of, in my mind, why I have trouble with your explanation, Dennis. Let's see if I can get it to work. Okay, this is very rudimentary. So here, can you even see it? Gosh, maybe I need to use a darker pen. Do I have a darker pen? Because all I have is this silver pen up here. Hold on. Damn it, I just need a black pen. Okay, here we go. This is like super rudimentary, but I'm hoping that it will explain my thought process and why I feel like the mountain doesn't explain the sun in the south. So let's see if we can get through this. Okay, so here is my little drawing. Okay, right here is the mountain. Right here is the mountain. The inside circle would be the Tropic of Cancer. This other circle is the Tropic of Capricorn, and then the dotted line in between would be the equator. This is so rudimentary, like a scribble job, right? So you have the sun here over the Tropic of Cancer, which would be northern sun, northern summer, northern hemisphere summer, and then the sun over here over the Tropic of Capricorn, which would be southern summer. Right? So you're saying the elevation of the sun is lower. So that's why that arrow is pointing down. So the sun is lower right here. The sun is lower altitude on the Tropic of Cancer. Right? And then when the sun is on the Tropic of Capricorn, it's at a higher altitude, right? So this is the top-down view right here. So if we look at it from a horizontal view, which is how I'm trying to explain this here. So like you have your Arctic mountain. See, it says Arctic mountain in the center. Okay. That is allegedly there. You can make it see it better with the blue, right? Okay. So then I have little notches on the horizontal plane of the Earth. So like, let's just say this flat line is the surface of Earth, right? This is the center. This is the Arctic North. This is the North Pole. So this first notch here is the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, Tropic of Capricorn. And then on the other side, Cancer, equator, Capricorn, right? So we're in agreement so far. That's how it's laid out. Right? This is analog shit. Get with my analog shit. Okay? So here we have the mountain. Now when it's when the sun is over the Tropic of Cancer and closer to the north, you're saying that the elevation is lower, right? So when the sun goes around, it's going behind this mountain. I mean, never even, don't even bother explaining to me how big this mountain has to be for the sun to be able to hide behind it. And it's like, you know, never been seen. But anyway, we'll just ignore that part. So the sun has a lower elevation, and as it's going around, it's going behind this mountain and in front of it and causing the day and night. So then you're saying that when it is a northern winter and a southern summer, the sun's elevation is higher, so high, in fact, that it no longer hides behind this mountain. So then how does anybody get nighttime when the sun is, when the elevation is higher? Because you're getting farther away from this mountain, and that means that the mountain is going to be, lower on the horizon in comparison to the location of the sun. So it's only going to be smaller. So if the sun is farther away and higher up and going around in a circle, then to me, in my mind, nobody should have nighttime at that time. Like nobody. Because now the sun is out from behind this mountain, so high, in fact, out from behind this mountain and far away from it that you see the sun over the Antarctic going around and around. So if this is why it doesn't make sense to me. Does this drawing explain why I don't think that's an explanation? Nice drawing skills, Karen. Shut up, Chicago artist. I'm an artist. But do you know what I'm saying? So like this would be the Arctic Circle. This would be the equator, and this is the Tropic of Capricorn way out here. And then this would be Antarctic. This would be Antarctic. But if the sun's got a higher elevation and it's farther away from this mountain in the north that is allegedly causing nighttime, then I feel like nobody would have nighttime if that was what was doing it during a southern summer season. Maybe the sun fade outs could explain the difference. So they're seeing the sun circling the entire world in Antarctica. I considered that once, but never said it out loud because it seems kind of absurd. I don't know. What do you guys think? Does that make sense? So, like, in my mind, I'm just like, well, what happens? How is this causing nighttime if the sun's elevation is higher, plus it's further away, which means it's going to be even less likely to be obstructed by this mountain, and it's going around. How does anybody have nighttime if that's the case during a southern summer? Does anybody know? Explain that. Anyway, that's the problem I have with that. And I don't know if the Christian topography, like it's a really good book, but it's like, was that written before Antarctic expeditions? Or I don't know what the timing is of Antarctic expeditions where people were exploring Antarctica and were observing a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic versus when that book was written. But to me, that's where I have the problem. How big is this mountain? How high is the sun? Like, we don't know. I don't know. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Nonsense. In December, the sun is just high enough for the shadow to be short enough to be shy of reaching outer Earth. Oh, so you're saying it doesn't obscure everything, but Antarctica can see it. I don't know. It still doesn't make sense to me. They lied to us. They said Antarctica was discovered in the 1800s. Okay, but you're still okay, Dennis, though. You should at least admit that you're still making assumptions because you don't know that there actually is this mountain in the center. I mean, I know it's talked about, but it's never been seen or proven. Have to be a mountain so big you can't imagine it. Yeah. I just think that that's sort of like an archaic way to explain the motions of the sun. Personally, I mean, we can keep discussing it. I'm not against discussing it. I just have some problems with this logistically. Like, how does it work? How high is the sun? How tall is the mountain? And why, if you're in Antarctica, here's another question I have regarding that. Okay, here's another one. Why, like if you're talking about, like when you bring up Dave and his pictures of the sun or the moon or whatever, and how it proves that it's small and local because it gets bigger as it gets overhead and then it gets smaller as it gets far away. So why didn't the Antarctic sun get super tiny and super low if it was over here and they were looking at it from over here? Like, the elevation of the sun did not go below a certain degree, right? Let me see. Let's go see. Who had the 24-hour sun time lapse? Was that Dave McKeegan? Time lapse of the 24-hour Antarctic sun. Okay, so let's watch it. So it never even goes below this mountain here. So it doesn't get below, like, I don't know. I'd be guessing, but that looks to be around 20 degrees above the horizon. So when the sun is on the complete opposite side of Earth, it's still 20 degrees above the horizon. So we're starting here. Sun's getting kind of low, but not fully. Yeah, it doesn't even, this might even be 30 degrees. Between 20 and 30 degrees above the horizon still. And then it starts to go up a little bit because it's getting closer to them. Hmm. The complete 24-hour sync part 2. Sky never changes color at all. Well, there's extremely low humidity in Antarctica there. So why would it change color? And plus it's 24-hour sun. A lot of the color changes the sun, that it gets so far away that it's super low in the horizon and the light is being filtered through much more of the atmosphere. And that actually changes the way the light refracts through the atmosphere and causes the color changes. Which also could be part of the gases, the noble gases that are where's that one I was just looking at? Oh my God, he put everything. Let's see. Well, this isn't really proving anything, but you know. I don't know. I still have questions. Still have questions. The Arctic mountain is also specifically mentioned in Isaiah 14. Okay. Isaiah 14 what? That also doesn't explain the angles of the sunset either, Dennis. That's the other problem with this. The other problem with this being an explanation. Where's my thing? The other problem is the sun, which appears to go in the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere than the northern hemisphere as far as setting, going in a different circular path. So not only what I just drew here, but also the sun angles don't really jive with that either, because that's why all these ancient maps started putting them into hemispheres, because of the way that the sun seemed to arc in the opposite direction than from the north. So if the sun is appearing to arc around towards the south instead of towards the north, how is that explained by the by the mountain? You know, that the mountain doesn't explain that either. So that is why. I still have issues. Southern Northern Lights. So the TFE video of the sun clearly shows it changing elevation as it orbits. Well, yeah, because they weren't directly at 90 degrees. The only way that a circumpolar sun would not change elevation is if they were at exactly 90 degrees south. You know what I'm saying? Exactly 90 degrees. Because if you're not exactly 90 degrees, the sun's going to change elevation because it's going around that point. Okay? It's going like this. So here's your pole. Here's the sun. Right? Oops, wrong one. So here's the pole and here's the sun. So the only way it's never going to change elevation is if you're right in the middle of that circle. Right? If you're over here, if you're observing from over here, the sun's going to be higher at this position and it's going to be lower at this position. So the only way that you can get a picture of the sun or a 24-hour video of the sun with it not changing elevation is you have to be directly in the center of the circle of the path. Otherwise, it's always going to change a little bit, no matter what. Like even in the north, Nobody ever takes a 24-hour time lapse from the north where the sun never changes elevation because nobody's ever exactly at 90 degrees north in the center. They're always like out here somewhere. You know, they're out here somewhere. Nobody's ever right directly in the center. So it's always going to have an elevation change no matter what. If you're recording a 24-hour sun. See, that's the problem. Nobody can go directly to 90 degrees in the center. Is the sun hitting the side of the other camera in the shot? I don't know. The Arctic man. Isaiah 14:13. For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation on the sides of the north. Mount of the congregation. Let's see what it says in my favorite scriptures version. For you have said in your heart, let me go up to the heavens, let me raise my throne above the stars of El, and let me sit in the mount of appointment on the sides of the north. Okay. The mount of appointment. Congregation. Witness. 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 Adorn. Witness. Reading of something. Appointment. An appointed place, time, or event that is repeated as such. Well, I'm not really getting anything from that. Appointed place, appointed time. I mean, it's interesting. I'm not saying that there isn't a mountain in the north. I just don't think that that's what causes day and night. You know? I just don't think so. I could be wrong. As I said before, I could be wrong. I could be completely way off. Maybe you're right. But to me, I just don't see it. When for the reasons that I just pointed out. So like there are measured sun angles from southern latitudes where the sun seems to be going around the opposite way of the north. You know, it's going around south rather than north, like in the Zetetic book diagram. Like in this, right? Except for, in my opinion, there would be another circle above this one. So there'd be like 3, right? So there'd be a pole up here with a rotation, a pole down here with a rotation, then of course the center rotation that we all know and love. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. The map, which map? Planisphere. You mean this one? Oh yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. And what year is this map from? Is this from 1587. Urbano Monti. This map serve not only as a geographical tool, but also to show climate, customs, length of day, distances within regions. In other words, to create a universal scientific planisphere. Blah, blah, blah. So, yes. Probably Australia. Square loop. How about two suns or Pac-Man? Well, the Pac-Man thing, that no, I don't really agree with the Pac-Man one, because then you're talking about like some weird magic portal where you like through like a wormhole. I don't know. You somehow magically appear from one side to the other side. That's the square map, right? Where they use the Mercator map or whatever. And then it just shows it like a loop. But if you just apply that loop motion to the sky, like you have it, right? This, in my opinion, the flat earth movement that abandons the Arctic mountain abandons its own heritage. I'm not abandoning the Arctic mountain. I'm just saying that I have doubts that it causes day and night. That's all I'm saying. I know. Rupus nigra el altissima. Okay? I get it. I'm not saying that there is not a mountain in the north. I'm just saying that I don't know that it causes day and night. I mean, because look at when people do go to the North Pole and it's just ice, but I mean, we don't know where they're going or that they're actually going to the actual center, you know, and how far away from the center would this mountain that is tall enough to obstruct the sun and cause nighttime over half of the earth, like how far away from that do you have to be before you can see it? How close do you have to get before you can see it? If this mountain is so big, you know, because like even when I talk to a pilot and he talks about how they fly over the North Pole, because I was talking about, you know, flat earth, blah, blah, blah. Cause he was like, oh, that's interesting. And like, I was showing him a map of blah, 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 blah. And he's like, but I fly over the North Pole all the time. Right. So when he says that, I'm like, okay, well, pilots are flying over the North and they're like way the hell up there. I mean, you're talking like 5-6 miles up, right? So they have the largest viewing angle. The apparent angle going right to the center would be the most for a pilot flying in a plane, even anywhere remotely close to the North Pole. And he didn't say anything about seeing, oh, there's this big giant black mountain there. You know, and I'm not saying that it isn't there. I'm just saying he didn't talk about it. And he's like, I fly over the North Pole all the time. I'm like, yeah, but nobody flies over the South Pole. And it's true. Nobody flies over the South Pole, you know? So I don't know, man. Like I said, we may never figure out what's going on in the sky. We may never figure it out. Goes east off that map, then reappears in the west. But that doesn't make sense. What about planes? So like, okay, I can see like the lights in the sky maybe doing some trippy shit like that. But if you get in a plane and, you know, the planes fly east and west circumnavigating the earth. So at what point is the plane going through a portal? Is it like mystically, magically, you know, like transporting from one side to the other? Like it just doesn't make sense. So, I don't know. I saw the moon 2 weeks ago making very, very weird moves. It was a hammock 2 nights in a row, and the following night it shifted 160 degrees upwards. The next night it was almost perpendicular again. One sun can project into multiple magnetic fields at the same time. Your angle would determine which you see. It explains the multiple suns leakage that happens in reality. It's a property of light. Yeah. Yeah, so what if these are like, these are a field, right? And they're polarized a certain way. So like when you're in the north, you're at the northern polarization, right? So when you're on this side of the equator, you'll see the northern polarization. And then when you're south of the equator, you'll be in the southern polarization, which is the opposite polarization. I mean, it can be hard to think of if you don't really look at, light and all the weird properties of light and all that stuff very often. It's kind of hard to explain, but to me it makes sense. So like if you're in this way, and especially too, like who knows how all this stuff works, but it just makes sense to me that if you're in the southern polarization field, like instead of thinking about it as a light going around a south pole or a north pole, think about it as this field is polarized for the south sun, and this field is polarized for the north. And so when you're in the north, you get the northern polarization manifestation of the sun, and when you're in the south, you get the southern polarization manifestation of the sun. That's kind of how I see it. And this isn't getting into bendy light. This isn't anything that is employing any unknown, mysterious properties of the realm. All of this works with the known physics and properties of light and magnetics in this realm on Earth. Like all of this stuff works within known physics. So even though people might disagree or they think I'm making shit up or whatever, there can't be two suns, blah blah blah. The reality is that this stuff is in line. It does not defy known physics of the realm. So, take it for what it's worth. The entire Arctic region is more elevated than other regions of the world that constitutes the definition of a mountain. Okay, wait, whoa. So now you're saying the entire Arctic is the mountain? I don't know. People who claim to not see the Arctic mountain constitute a case of not seeing the forest for the trees. Well, Dennis, have you seen the Arctic mountain? Or you're saying the whole Arctic is the mountain? Because that's weird. That's totally different. Then you're starting into getting to like the Ferguson map sort of stuff. This guy. Right? Where he's drawn the earth, and it's sort of like as if you took a donut and you put the donut in sand or something, and you made an impression where the outside leaves a depression and then the hole in the middle, stays raised. So it's almost like that, right? So that would be interesting. Although then you start getting into the problem of no curvature being measured. So that's weird. Which is the problem I have with this map, is that there's no curvature measured on Earth. So where's the curvy part? Nah, mean. That's why they probably use equator as their gotcha, because a version of it always stays in the equator as well as either hemisphere. Going to the Yukon next week, close to the Arctic. Sun is out till 11 p.m. Ooh, nice. Nice. That's cool. But even this is beyond the Arctic though, like cuz the Arctic only goes to like right here. So this is like having like the northern hemisphere be like raised above everything, and then it dips down, and then the Antarctic goes way up. So anyway, it's interesting. It's interesting. Middle of nowhere, my favorite kind of place. Yeah. Now, again, I am not saying there is no mountain in the north because, of course, okay, so here we have the North Pole. Well, this has freaking watermarks all over it. God dang it. Can I get one without your stupid watermarks? Here we go. Let's try that. Okay, here we go. So, Polus Arctis, here's the mountain Rupus nigris L Altissima. And then here is another. So, like, this is a magnetic pole, and this is a magnetic pole, according to the old Mercator North Pole maps, right? So, if you read, this is a very poor copy, like, you can't read it, but this one talks about the magnetic mountain next to the islands, and this one talks about the magnetic mountain in the center. Now, we all know magnetic fields all have a north and a south, or they have a reciprocating pole structure. And so if you have two magnetic sources in the north, having a quadrupole actually makes sense, which is what we do. We have a quadrupole in the north. And it could be because of the alignment of these two magnetic sources being in a certain proximity to each other. The Ferguson map is exactly the one 19th century FE book that comes closest to the Christian topography. Okay, but still, then we have the problem of the sun angles going south, being measured as going south when you're south of the equator, and then also the problem of no curvature being measured anywhere. So you would have to go to certain places, like on that map, to measure. Is it Orlando Ferguson? Yeah, okay. Access denied. Well, screw you. So you would have to somewhere, actually, right here. So in this northern part, there's curvature allegedly on this map. So at some point, somebody in the north would have to have measured some sort of curvature. Although granted, this would not be the same curvature rate as the ball Earth. It would definitely be different, but it should be measurable. And you know what's funny? Something that happened that kind of leans in your direction there, Dennis, is like there was a guy when we were doing all the FE core stuff, there was a guy who created a program that simulated what you should see as far as like looking far away from one distance, from one point to another, like how small the objects would get in the distance based on perspective for globe Earth and flat Earth. And when he would put in all the numbers, it didn't match either one. It wouldn't match the globe Earth and it wouldn't match the flat Earth. So maybe this is it. Now, that would remain to be seen, but there was that. But by the same token, like the what do you call it? The observations that they do with the celestial theodolite, like those don't match flat Earth exactly. They just lean more in the flat Earth direction. They definitely don't match the globe Earth, but all the data leans more towards flat Earth. But also, it doesn't match it exactly. So, what is that? What is causing the discrepancy there? I don't know. I don't know. Oceans wouldn't be the way they are if the map was like that. Can you show declination map and show difference between quadrupole and dipole? Yeah, okay, hold on, let me find it. Oh, whoops, I gotta turn this thing off. So let's see. I know I have all those magnetic declination stuff. I think they just updated it too. There's a 2020 map. I think I have 2015, and I think they upgraded it to the 2020. Here we go. Oh, not that one. No, these are the original. They have the Arctic. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. So, World Magnetic Model 2020. This is the north. Okay, so red and blue is like are just the different flux lines of the magnetic field. So you have a red over here and a blue here and a blue and then anyway, if it was just a dipole, you would have one red and one blue, but you have two blue and two red, which makes it a quadrupole formation and not a dipole. So this, yeah, there you go. Is a coherent map if you understand magnetics. Globe model, fall apart completely. Let's start with Curie point. Yes, exactly. I'm not advocating to slavishly follow the Ferguson map exactly. I don't myself, except that the diagonal cone-shaped surface of most of the world, it's overall flat and level. The domed land is Easter egg to actually show the northern dome and the southern donut? Huh? I don't know what that means. From memory, there's a passage in Earth, Not a Globe that tends to corroborate the Ferguson map. I mean, these are measured magnetics, so let's see, what else do I have? Do I have yeah, so there's a pole here. That is like the southern Atlantic anomaly. Yeah, I don't know. I think they leave one of the poles off though. So here is my AE map that I made that is a polarized version of the magnetic declination. So here's their southern anomaly. Here's the quadrupole in the center. It looks like a flower in the center, right? And then all of these lines have to converge somewhere. So the running theory for us is that where these lines converge is another pole. So you would have this pole here, and then you would have the center, which is a quadrupole, and then you would have another pole off here that they're leaving off the map because they want you to think this is the only pole in the south. Now, I don't know if that's what it is, but that's what it appears to be. So, like I said, we may never figure it out. We may never figure it out. Perhaps Greenland is a plateau. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, part of the problem is that these places are extremely difficult to go navigate and go explore. But you would think, like, you know, but you can go, and you know what's crazy too is like going to the North Pole is just as difficult, and actually might even be more difficult than going to the South Pole, because they say that the North Pole is on a floating glacier, right? They have a camp that's on a moving glacier. And I don't even know how they keep track of where this freaking thing goes, but they do. And then you go to this camp that isn't at the North Pole, and you stay on the glacier camp, not a glacier camp, the iceberg, whatever, the floating iceberg camp that moves. And you have to go stay at this iceberg camp near the North Pole. And then from there, you take a helicopter ride that takes you to the actual North Pole, and you can only stay there for a maximum of 2 hours. So like where these guys went in Antarctica, and they were able to hang out and do 24-hour video and blah, 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 the whole place that they were there, like you can't even do that in the North. So it's extremely difficult to verify what's going on in the North. Think we'll all get the answers in the end? Oh my gosh, it's 2:30. All right, you guys, look, I'm going to wrap it up. On that note, we'll wrap it up. To be continued. We can always talk about it more as we find stuff to talk about. If anybody is interested in going to the astronaut encounter number 2, July 11th of 2026 in Williamstown, Kentucky at the ARC Experience. Dennis is looking for more flat earthers to go there so that they can interview the astronauts and be little, you know, do some question asking there. Nothing crazy. We don't want to cause a scene, but to have discussions. You know, it'd be really interesting. So there's that. Dennis, I hope you find someone to go. And if things change for my situation between now and then, I will definitely let you know. So I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your week. I'll be around. Much love, everybody. 2015 was the year they stopped having a camera on the North Pole. Was there a camera on the North Pole? I don't know about all that. Anyway, thanks, you guys. And thanks for sticking with me through my technical issues and for being so supportive. And I appreciate the conversation, even if we don't agree. I like that we can at least have these conversations and walk through these ideas together. So I appreciate that. And y'all have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.
The Earth, but I'm not spinning at all. Hi, Haley. I'm spinning at 120 miles per hour. How about you, Zach? I am spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but I don't